The universe, in its vast and indifferent wisdom, does not announce its anomalies. It does not send warnings through subspace, does not flag irregularities on long-range sensors with sufficient urgency to prepare the minds of those who must confront them. It simply acts, tearing, folding, rupturing, and leaves the consequences to the small, fragile creatures who happen to be nearby when the fabric of reality decides to misbehave. Lieutenant Commander Data noticed it first. He was seated at the ops station on the bridge of the USS Enterprise-D, his golden fingers moving across the console with the quiet, metronomic precision that had become as familiar to the crew as the hum of the warp core or the soft blue glow of the viewscreen. Stardate 44302.7. The Enterprise was conducting a routine stellar cartography survey of the Veridian Expanse, a largely unmapped region of space approximately 40 light-years from the Romulan neutral zone. Close enough to warrant tactical awareness, far enough to permit the kind of unhurried scientific exploration that Captain Jean-Luc Picard considered the truest expression of Starfleet's mission. It had been, until 03:47 hours, an unremarkable assignment. Captain. Data's voice carried no urgency, it never did. But there was something in the precise elevation of his tone, a fractional increase in projection that every senior officer on the bridge had learned to recognize as the android's equivalent of an alarm bell. I am detecting an anomalous subspace phenomenon bearing 27 Mark 41. Distance, approximately 3.2 light-years. Picard set down his Earl Grey and rose from the command chair in a single fluid motion. At 61, he moved with the unhurried authority of a man who had faced enough genuine catastrophes to know that panic was the enemy of competence. He clasped his hands behind his back and crossed to the ops station, studying the data scrolling across Data's console with the focused attention he might give a particularly complex diplomatic brief. Nature of the phenomenon, he asked. That is precisely what makes it anomalous, sir. Data tilted his head slightly, that characteristic gesture that indicated he was processing something that defied easy categorization. Initial sensor readings suggest a convergence of at least 3 distinct quantum membrane signatures. The phenomenon bears superficial resemblance to a standard subspace rupture, however the energy profile is unlike anything in the Federation database. The quantum variance readings are, he paused, a full 0.3 seconds, which for Data constituted something approaching genuine hesitation. They are inconsistent with any natural phenomenon I have previously encountered. Counselor Deanna Troi had risen from her seat without fully realizing she had done so. She stood at the edge of the command area, her dark eyes focused somewhere beyond the viewscreen, her expression carrying that particular quality of distracted concentration that meant her empathic senses were registering something her conscious mind hadn't yet processed into language. Captain, she said quietly, I'm sensing confusion. Fear. Determination. She shook her head slightly. Not one mind. Many minds. Hundreds. Possibly thousands. The bridge fell silent except for the soft orchestral hum of the ship's systems. Picard looked at her for a moment, then back at the viewscreen. Worf. Lieutenant Worf straightened at the tactical station, his massive frame squaring with the instinctive readiness of a Klingon warrior who had learned that in space, the difference between preparation and complacency was measured in lives. Shields at standby, Captain. Weapons systems on passive alert. Helm, set course for the phenomenon. Warp 6. Picard returned to his command chair and settled into it with the deliberate calm of a man putting on armor. Number 1. Commander William Riker emerged from the turbolift at precisely the wrong moment to have been sleeping, his hair slightly disheveled in a way that his beard somehow made dignified. He took one look at the tension on the bridge and moved to his seat without asking unnecessary questions. Report. Unknown phenomenon, 3 light-years out, Picard said. Counselor Troi is sensing a large number of minds in apparent distress. He glanced at her. Human minds. Troi considered carefully. Predominantly. But there's something else. Something that doesn't register as organic at all. She frowned. And something I can't read. Like a door that has no handle. Riker and Picard exchanged a look that contained an entire conversation. On screen, Picard said. 47 light-years away from that moment. Though, away, was a word that was about to lose much of its conventional meaning, Captain Ed Mercer was having what he privately considered to be the second worst Tuesday of his life. The first worst Tuesday had involved his ex-wife, a reception ambassador, and a misunderstanding about the diplomatic significance of left-handed handshakes that had nearly caused an interstellar incident. This Tuesday was shaping up to be worse because at least that Tuesday he had understood the basic physics of his situation. Right now, he understood nothing. Gordon. He grabbed the edge of the command chair as the Orville shuddered violently, the lights flickering from their standard warm glow to emergency amber. Around him, the bridge crew was a controlled tableau of barely suppressed alarm. Everyone doing their job, everyone doing it with the wide-eyed intensity of people who were very aware that their jobs might stop mattering in approximately 90 seconds. I'm trying, Ed, I'm really trying. Lieutenant Gordon Malloy's hands were flying across the helm console with a fluency that belied his usual casual demeanor. In crisis, Gordon was the best pilot in the Union fleet, he just preferred that nobody know that during normal operations. Whatever this thing is, it's got us in some kind of quantum tidal pull. Our drive systems are compensating but we're losing ground. Isaac. Mercer turned to the Cylon officer at the science station. What are we looking at? Isaac, smooth-faced, silver-skinned, eyes that glowed with a faint internal light that humans had once found unsettling and now mostly found reassuring in the way that a very powerful and extremely loyal weapon is reassuring, processed the sensor data with a speed that made human cognition look like a courtesy. The phenomenon is a quantum membrane convergence event of a type that has no precedent in Union scientific literature, he said, with the particular brand of calm that came not from courage but from a genuine absence of self-preservation anxiety. We are being drawn toward an intersection point where, based on current trajectory and energy readings, the membrane between our universe and at least two adjacent quantum realities is experiencing catastrophic structural failure. Can we break free? Commander Kelly Grayson asked from beside Mercer. She had one hand braced against her console and the other wrapped around a support strut, and she was wearing the expression she wore when she was rapidly calculating how bad things were going to get. Negative, Isaac said. Engagement of maximum quantum drive would delay arrival at the convergence point by approximately 4 minutes and 12 seconds. It would not prevent it. So we're going through, Mercer said. We are already going through, Captain, Isaac corrected. The more precise statement is that we will shortly complete the process of going through. Mercer looked at Kelly. Kelly looked at Mercer. All hands, Mercer said, activating the ship-wide comm with a tap that he kept deliberately steady, this is the captain. Brace for significant spatial turbulence. All non-essential personnel secure yourselves and your stations. This is not a drill. He released the comm and gripped the armrests of his chair. Gordon, the moment we're through whatever this is, full stop. I want us stationary and I want a sensor sweep before we do anything else. Copy that, Gordon said. And then, because he was Gordon, for the record, I want it noted in the ship's log that I had a very bad feeling about this sector. Noted, Mercer said. Everybody hold on. The Orville hit the convergence point like a stone hitting water, and the universe came apart. Commander Adama did not brace himself. He stood at the center of Galactica's bridge, that long, low-ceilinged nerve center with its tiered crew stations and its dull orange lighting and its smell of recycled air and human sweat and tilium exhaust that had become, over the long yarns of flight from the Cylon Holocaust, the closest thing to home that any of them had left, and he stood the way he always stood in a crisis. Feet planted. Hands at his sides. Face a landscape of controlled weathering, like a cliff face that has seen too many storms to be surprised by another. Colonel Ty. His voice was level. It was always level. Colonel Saul Ty appeared at his shoulder with the slightly rumpled urgency of a man who had learned that most emergencies happened when you least wanted them to. Commander. We've got something unusual on long-range sensors. Lieutenant Omega is calling it a spatial anomaly, but his hands are shaking, so I'm thinking it's more than that. Show me. The tactical display flickered to life, and Adama studied it with the unhurried thoroughness of a man who had spent 40 years reading battle maps and sensor readouts and the faces of frightened young officers and had learned that the first reading of any crisis data was never the complete story. The anomaly pulsed on the screen. A churning, luminescent distortion in the fabric of space itself, vast and strange and utterly unlike anything in 30 yards of colonial military experience. Silence? Ty asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer was no. Not silence, Adama said. He turned to the comm station. Get me Captain Apollo. Apollo here. His son's voice came through with the slight static of a long-range ship-to-ship transmission. Apollo was commanding the forward patrol, 3 Vipers out ahead of the fleet, the standard precaution against ambush that had become as reflexive as breathing. Son, I need you to pull your patrol back. We have an anomaly ahead that I don't have a classification for, and until I do, I want everyone inside Galactica's defensive perimeter. A pause. Understood, Commander. Apollo out. Adama turned back to the sensor display. In his 37 years of service to the colonial military, he had developed a particular instinct. Not mystical, not the kind of thing he would ever dignify with the word feeling in an official report, but a deep, bone-settled awareness that came from a lifetime of reading situations. And everything in him was saying, with quiet and absolute certainty, that what was on that screen was not a threat in any sense he had a doctrine for. It was something else entirely. Increase to full sensor range, he said. And get me a reading on the civilian fleet. I want to know their status before we get any closer to that thing. He did not get the chance to receive that report. The anomaly, which had been pulsing with the slow rhythm of something building toward critical threshold, suddenly expanded, a blooming, catastrophic rupture in the membrane of space that flooded every sensor on Galactica's bridge with white noise and flooded every viewport with a light that was the color of a star being born. And Galactica, the civilian fleet, and every soul aboard them were pulled forward and through and out the other side of everything they had ever known. The Enterprise dropped out of warp at the edge of the Veridian Expanse and found a different universe waiting for it. Not metaphorically. Literally. Report. Picard's voice was sharp and immediate. Data's fingers moved across his console with urgent precision. Captain, I am detecting 2 vessels of unknown configuration at coordinates 31 Mark 7. Both vessels appear to be recovering from significant navigational distress. Additionally, he stopped. For a full second, the android said nothing, and in the context of Data's processing speed, 1 second of silence was the equivalent of a human standing with his mouth open for an hour. Captain. I am also detecting the life signs of approximately 50,000 human beings. Distributed across what appears to be a fleet of 217 vessels of varying size and configuration. The bridge was completely silent. Riker leaned forward. 50,000. That is correct, Commander. The life sign readings are consistent with human biology, however the technological signatures of the vessels are unlike anything in the Federation database. I am also detecting a second vessel, smaller, more uniform in configuration, whose energy signature, while also unknown, bears certain structural similarities to Union-class exploratory vessels described in theoretical xenotechnology literature. He paused again. Though I am aware of no Union of that description within Federation-explored space. Shields up, Worf said, not as a question. Hold, Picard said. He stood and clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the viewscreen where, against the star field of the Veridian Expanse, the impossible silhouettes of a battered battlestar and a mid-sized exploratory vessel hung in space like questions waiting to be asked. Hailing frequencies, Lieutenant Worf. All known frequencies, and have the universal translator on full active mode. Aye, Captain. Picard straightened. Took a breath. In 30 years of command, he had made first contact with species and entities that had tested every principle he held. He had faced the Borg, survived Q, negotiated with Cardassians, and stood at the edge of extinction more times than any man should have to. None of it had looked like this. 2 ships. 50,000 souls. A rupture in space that his chief science officer couldn't classify. And somewhere, at the edge of sensor range, something else. A residual energy signature in the quantum membrane breach that Data hadn't reported yet because he was still processing it. Something that was coming through behind the 2 ships. Something that was following them. Open channel, Picard said. He looked at the view screen, at the 2 unknown vessels hanging in Federation space like refugees from a dream, and he chose his words with the care of a man who understood that first impressions between civilizations echoed through centuries. This is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise, representing the United Federation of Planets. You have entered Federation space under what appear to be extraordinary circumstances. We offer no hostility. We offer only the hand of peaceful contact. He paused. Whoever you are, wherever you are from, you are not alone. The channel hummed with static. And then, from 2 separate vessels, 2 very different voices answered at the same time. This is Captain Ed Mercer of the Planetary Union ship Orville. We are extremely glad to hear a friendly voice right now. And beneath it, older, heavier, carrying the weight of a civilization's last breath. This is Commander Adama of the Battlestar Galactica. I speak for the last survivors of the 12 colonies of man. We mean no hostile action. But I will warn you plainly, we were not alone when we came through. Whatever followed us here, it will not share our restraint. Picard stood very still. Behind him, Data's console emitted a single, precise alert tone. Captain, Data said. The quantum membrane breach is reopening. The quantum membrane breach did not reopen gently. It tore, a ragged, luminescent wound in the fabric of space approximately 40,000 kilometers off the Enterprise's port bow. And through it came not the orderly emergence of a vessel dropping out of warp, but the grinding, metallic shriek of something forcing its way through a gap that wasn't quite large enough to accommodate it. The breach pulsed with energy that made every sensor on the Enterprise's bridge spike into the red, and for 3 full seconds the view screen was nothing but white light and distortion before the filters compensated and the image resolved into something that made Worf's hand move instinctively to his console. 2 shapes. Massive. Angular. Configured in a way that suggested not exploration, not commerce, not diplomacy. But the pure, unambiguous geometry of weapons platforms designed by minds for whom beauty was irrelevant and lethality was the only aesthetic that mattered. Cylon Basestars, Adama's voice said over the open channel, and the weight in those 2 words was the weight of an entire civilization's nightmare. 2 of them. They followed us through. Captain. Worf's voice was controlled, professional, and carrying the very particular tone he used when he wanted to say I told you so but recognized this was not the moment. The vessels are powering weapons systems. Energy readings consistent with directed energy weapons of significant yield. I am also detecting launch activity, small craft deploying from both vessels at high speed. How many? Riker asked. Approximately 240 individual craft, Commander. Moving in formation consistent with attack pattern. On the secondary view screen, a tactical overlay rendered the situation in clean graphic terms that made it look almost manageable. It was not manageable. 2 Cylon Basestars deploying a combined fighter complement of 240 raiders, bearing down on a battered Battlestar, a mid-level exploratory vessel, 217 civilian ships, and 1 Galaxy-class starship that had absolutely not planned for this on a Tuesday morning. Picard stood at the center of his bridge and processed all of it in approximately 4 seconds. Raise shields. Red alert. The lighting shifted to crimson as the klaxon sounded once and fell silent. The Enterprise didn't need to announce its battle readiness more than once. Worf, Target the lead Basestars weapon systems, do not fire unless fired upon. Helm, bring us between the Cylon vessels and the civilian fleet. He turned to the comm station. Get me both ships simultaneously. Channel open, Captain. Commander Adama, Captain Mercer, this is Picard. We are positioning to shield your civilian vessels. I need you both to stand by and let us attempt to establish communication with the approaching. With respect, Captain Picard. Adama's voice was not unkind, but it carried the absolute, load-bearing certainty of a man who had learned the same lesson 10,000 times in the worst possible classroom. The Cylons do not communicate. They do not negotiate. They do not accept surrender. They were created to destroy humanity, and in that purpose they are completely without ambiguity. A pause. If you put your ship between them and my civilians, you will buy those people perhaps 3 minutes. Then the Cylons will go through you to get to them. He's right, Mercer's voice cut in, and it had lost the relieved warmth of his initial transmission, replaced by something more sober. I'm reading those raiders' energy signatures now. They're not scanning us, they're targeting us. There's no sensor sweep, no communication attempt, no standard threat assessment protocol, they went straight to weapons lock. Picard absorbed this. Counselor. Troy was already shaking her head. I can't reach them, Captain. There's nothing there that I can read as individual consciousness. It's like, she searched for the analogy. It's like trying to have an empathic conversation with a phaser bank. There's intention, but no personhood behind it. Artificial intelligences, Data said. Operating on predetermined directives. Without the capacity for diplomatic engagement or the inhibition that self-preservation instinct provides in organic beings. He looked up from his console. Captain, the lead base star has achieved weapons lock on the Enterprise. The first shot came without warning. A crackling bolt of directed energy that struck the Enterprise's shields with enough force to send a shudder through 600 meters of Galaxy-class starship and knock Ensign Rose sideways from her station at Con. Shields at 94%, Worf reported. Minor EPS relay disruption on decks 12 through 14. No casualties. Return fire, Picard said, and his voice was exactly the same as it had been throughout, which was its own kind of leadership. Target their weapons arrays. Controlled bursts, I want them disabled, not destroyed. There may yet be a way to. The second shot hit harder. On the Galactica's bridge, Commander Adama watched the Enterprise absorb 2 Cylon energy blasts and remain not merely intact but essentially undamaged, and felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. He felt something like hope. And he distrusted it immediately. Colonel Ty. Commander. Ty appeared at his elbow, studying the same tactical display with an expression that mixed professional assessment with the particular brand of astonishment he reserved for things that genuinely surprised him, a category that had shrunk considerably after the fall of the colonies. That ship just took 2 direct Cylon strikes and barely flinched. Their shields are considerably more advanced than ours, Adama said. Yes. I noticed. He studied the Enterprise's movement on the display. The way she had swept smoothly to interpose herself between the base stars and the civilian fleet, the precise geometry of her positioning. Tactically sound. The instinct of a commander who understood that the protection of non-combatants was not a secondary consideration but the primary strategic objective. Adama recognized that instinct because it was his own. Get me Captain Apollo. Apollo here. His son's voice was crisp, focused, already in combat mode. I have the Vipers on standby, Commander. Waiting for your word. Launch when ready, Captain. Coordinate with the Galactica's batteries, target the Cylon raiders before they reach the civilian fleet. Do not engage the base stars directly. Adama's eyes moved to the sensor readout showing the Enterprise trading fire with the lead base star. And Apollo, be aware there is a third vessel in this engagement. The smaller ship to our starboard. Do not fire on it. Understood. What is it? I don't know yet, Adama said. But they came through the same breach we did, and they haven't shot at us. He paused. In my experience, that makes them the closest thing to an ally we have right now. The Viper launch bays opened with the hydraulic thunder that was one of the most viscerally reassuring sounds on the Galactica, that mechanical exhalation of a warship doing what it was built to do. 30 Vipers screamed out into the black, and the colonial warriors inside them flew with the desperate, precise fury of people who had been running for their lives long enough to be absolutely done with running. On the Orville, Ed Mercer was doing what he did best in a crisis, which was to very rapidly figure out what he was worst at and delegate those things immediately. Isaac, I need a complete tactical breakdown of those 2 Basestar vessels. Everything, weapons yield, shield capacity, fighter coordination patterns, any vulnerability you can identify. Compiling now, Captain. Isaac's fingers moved across his console with inhuman speed. The Cylon Basestar vessels are asymmetric in design, suggesting a construction philosophy that prioritizes fighter deployment capacity over direct weapons capability. Their directed energy weapons are formidable but operating on a frequency band that our deflector shields are well equipped to handle. However, the volume of fire from 240 raiders simultaneously presents a cumulative stress scenario that. Bottom line it, Kelly said. Our shields will hold against individual raider strikes indefinitely. Against coordinated mass fire from the full raider complement, shield failure would occur in approximately 11 minutes. 11 minutes, Mercer repeated. He looked at Kelly. She looked back at him with the expression that meant this is your call and I'll back it whatever you decide. Gordon, bring us around to the flank of the civilian fleet, the opposite side from the Enterprise. We're going to create a crossfire. Gordon's eyebrows went up. Ed, we're a mid-level exploratory vessel. We're not exactly. I know what we are, Mercer said. But those are 50,000 people over there, and that big ship is already taking fire, so right now we do what we can with what we have. He activated the comm, all hands, battle stations. This is not a drill, and I want everyone to know that I am fully aware this is not what anyone signed up for this morning. Nevertheless. He released the comm and looked at the view screen. Weapons online. Let's go. Lieutenant Talakiali, Zalayan, possessed of physical strength approximately 10 times that of a human being, and carrying the focused intensity of a security chief who took the word security very seriously, looked up from the tactical station. Plasma cannons charged, Captain. Point defense grid online. Ready to engage. Target the raiders. Prioritize any that have achieved weapons lock on civilian vessels. The Orville swung to port with Gordon's characteristic combination of technical precision and physical expressiveness. He flew with his whole body, leaning into turns as though his own mass could influence the ship. And her plasma cannons opened up on the leading edge of the raider formation with a sustained barrage that carved a hole in the attack pattern 30 fighters wide. Starbuck saw the Orville's cannons firing from inside his Viper's cockpit and had approximately 1 second to be confused before his combat instincts overrode his curiosity. Boomer, he said over the comm, his voice carrying the loose, reckless confidence that was either charm or arrogance depending on whether you were on his side. You seeing what I'm seeing? The ship that just took out 30 raiders with one pass. Yeah, Starbuck, I see it. Didn't think so. He rolled his Viper hard to starboard, threading between 2 raiders with a gap that should have been impossible, and came up behind a third with the casual precision of a man doing something he had been born for. Twin laser bursts. The raider tumbled away in pieces. Apollo, what are your orders on the unknown vessel? Apollo's voice came back measured, focused. Leave them alone. They're engaging the Cylons. Oh, I'm not thinking about engaging them, Starbuck said. I'm thinking about coordinating with them. A pause, during which he destroyed 2 more raiders without appearing to change his tone. They've got better guns than we do, brother. And they know how to use them. Starbuck. I'm just saying. Enemy of my enemy. Another raider gone. I'll be good. Mostly. The battle had been running for 4 minutes and 30 seconds when Worf made a report that changed everything. Captain. His voice had a new quality in it, not alarm exactly, because Klingon processed alarm differently than humans, but a very particular focused intensity that Picard had learned to treat as the tactical equivalent of a 5-alarm fire. I am detecting a new contact emerging from the quantum membrane breach. Picard looked up from the tactical display. Another base star. Negative, sir. Worf's eyes were on his console, and whatever they were seeing was making the Klingon's jaw set in a way that suggested he was choosing his next words with unusual care. The contact is a vessel of configuration consistent with, he stopped. He actually stopped mid-sentence, which was so unlike Worf that Riker half rose from his seat. Captain. The configuration is consistent with a Borg cube. The bridge of the Enterprise went very quiet. Not the quiet of inaction. Consoles still chirped, the ship still moved, the battle still raged 40,000 kilometers off the bow. But in the specific pocket of atmosphere that surrounded the command area, there descended the particular silence that falls when the people in a room have just heard a word that rewrites the nature of the problem they thought they were solving. Picard did not move. His hands remained clasped behind his back. His face did not change. But something shifted behind his eyes. A deepening of focus, a narrowing down to the level of absolute concentration that he had learned, in the worst year of his life, was the only tool that worked against the Borg. On screen, he said. The view screen split, the ongoing battle with the Cylon raiders on one side, and on the other, emerging from the fading quantum membrane breach with the slow, implacable momentum of a nightmare made solid, a Borg cube. It was not a large cube by Borg standards, a scout vessel, roughly a kilometer on each side, but size had never been the relevant metric when discussing the Borg. What mattered was what it was, and what it was the most dangerous thing in the known universe. It was scanning everything. Captain, Data said, and there was something almost careful in his voice. The Borg cube is not targeting us. It is not targeting the Cylon vessels. It is conducting a broad-spectrum sensor sweep of. He processed. Of everything. The Cylon technology. The civilian fleet. The Orville. The Galactica. A pause. Captain, based on the energy profile of its scanning array, I believe the Borg are assessing the dimensional breach itself. They appear to be attempting to determine whether it can be used as a transit corridor. Riker sat forward. They want to use it to get to the other universes. That would be my assessment, Commander. A universe in which the Borg collective has no presence would represent, from the collective's perspective, an acquisition opportunity of, data searched for the appropriate scale. Of incalculable magnitude. Picard stared at the cube on the view screen. Around it, the battle between the Enterprise, the Orville, the Colonial Vipers, and the Cylon Raiders continued, and the Borg paid it no more attention than a man pays to an argument between pigeons. They were already thinking bigger. Maintain battle posture against the Cylons, Picard said. His voice was very quiet. And get me Commander Adama and Captain Mercer on a secure channel. Both of them. He took one long breath. We have a great deal to discuss, and I suspect we have very little time in which to discuss it. He looked at the cube on the screen, and he thought about Wolf 359, and he thought about what the Borg would do with 217 universes that had never heard of them. Data, he said. What is the current status of the quantum membrane breach? The breach is unstable, Captain. Based on current decay rates, it will close permanently in approximately, Data calculated. 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days to prevent the Borg from acquiring a doorway to infinity. 3 days with 2 crews from different realities, 50,000 refugees, a silent pursuit fleet, and a battle already in progress. Picard straightened his uniform jacket with the precise, habitual tug that his crew had learned to read as the moment their captain finished thinking and started deciding. "Number 1, he said, I believe our survey of the Veridian Expanse will need to be rescheduled." Riker looked at the view screen, the chaos of the battle, the looming cube, the impossible constellation of ships from 3 different realities, and allowed himself one very small, very human smile. "I'll make a note in the log," he said. The battle lasted 11 more minutes. It ended not with a decisive stroke but with the gradual, grinding attrition that real combat almost always produced, not the clean, cinematic resolution of a single heroic act but the accumulated weight of superior firepower, coordinated positioning, and the kind of disciplined tactical execution that ground an enemy force down until it simply stopped being an effective fighting unit. The Cylon raiders, deprived of centralized coordination when the Enterprise's phaser arrays carved a sustained precision strike through the lead Basestars command and control nexus, began to lose the tight formation coherence that made them dangerous as a collective and became, instead, 200 individual machines pursuing individual targeting solutions against opponents who were still fighting as a unified force. The Colonial Vipers tore through them. 30 pilots who had survived the fall of 12 worlds, who had buried friends and family and entire civilizations and gotten back in their cockpits the next day because there was nothing else to do, 30 warriors who flew with the particular ferocity of people who had already lost everything that fear of loss is supposed to protect. Dismantled the raider formation with a systematic, almost contemptuous efficiency that left Worf watching the tactical display with an expression that, on a Klingon, constituted the highest form of professional respect. The Orville accounted for 67 raiders. Her plasma cannons were not the most powerful weapons in the engagement, but Gordon Malloy flew her with an improvisational brilliance that maximized every shot. Threading the ship through gaps in the formation that created crossfire opportunities, setting up kill zones that the Colonial Vipers exploited instinctively, as though the two forces had trained together for years rather than met 11 minutes ago. The 2 Basestars, their fighter complements gutted and their command functions disrupted, disengaged. They didn't retreat, Cylons didn't retreat in any meaningful strategic sense. But they pulled back to a distance of approximately 90,000 kilometers and held position, their remaining systems cycling through what Data identified as a tactical reassessment protocol. They were not gone. They were thinking. The Borg cube had not moved. It sat at the edge of the engagement zone, its scanning arrays sweeping the debris field with the patient, comprehensive attention of a scientist cataloging a new species. It had watched the entire battle without intervening. Without being invited to intervene. Without, apparently, having any interest in intervening. The Cylons had not targeted it. The Enterprise had not targeted it. The Orville's crew had watched it with the slightly confused wariness of people who didn't know enough about it to know how afraid to be. The Colonial warriors, for their part, had no frame of reference for it at all. "What is that thing?" Apollo asked, standing in Galactica's landing bay still in his flight suit, helmet under his arm, looking at the sensor image on the wall display. Around him, pilots were climbing out of their Vipers with the loose-limbed exhaustion of people coming down from combat adrenaline. Starbuck already had a fumarello lit, which technically violated about 6 different standing orders, and Colonel Tai was technically not seeing it. "We don't know yet," Adama said. He had come down to the landing bay because he wanted to see his pilots, wanted to do a head count with his own eyes rather than through a sensor display. 29 Vipers back. 1 lost, Ensign Dytra, caught in a crossfire between 2 raiders in the 7th minute of the engagement. Adama noted the absence with the particular discipline of a commander who had learned that grief had to be filed and held and released on your own time, because command didn't give you the option of stopping. "But I intend to find out." Starbuck blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling and studied the sensor image. "It's a cube," he said. "Yes, Starbuck. It's a cube. I'm just saying. Whoever built it wasn't wasting time on aesthetics." "The people who built it," said a new voice from the landing bay entrance, "don't have aesthetics. They don't have art, or music, or personal identity, or anything that you would recognize as the texture of conscious life. They have function. They have collective purpose. And they have the most comprehensive assimilation technology in the known galaxy. Everyone in the landing bay turned. Lieutenant Commander Data stood at the entrance in his Starfleet uniform, hands clasped behind his back, his golden skin and amber eyes giving him an otherworldly quality that was not entirely out of place in a room full of people who had just arrived from another dimension. Beside him stood a human woman in her early 40s with dark hair and a kind of precise, contained posture that spoke of both authority and discipline, Dr. Beverly Crusher, the Enterprise's chief medical officer, carrying a medical tricorder and a profoundly focused expression. Commander Adama, Data said, Captain Picard sends his compliments on the conduct of your Viper wing. He has requested that I serve as his representative for an initial briefing, while Dr. Crusher attends to any medical needs your crew or civilian fleet may have sustained during transit and engagement. He paused. I am Lieutenant Commander Data, second officer of the USS Enterprise. I am an android. He said that last part with the calm of someone who had learned, through extensive experience, that it was better to lead with that information than to have people figure it out mid-conversation and become distracted by it. Adama looked at him for a long moment. The commander's face was, as always, difficult to read, but his eyes moved over Data with the careful, unhurried assessment of a man who had learned to evaluate new information without the luxury of snap judgments. I've met Cylons, Adama said finally. You're not one of them. No, Data agreed. I am not. Good enough for now. Adama turned to Tai. Colonel, escort Dr. Crusher to sickbay and give her whatever she needs. Then find Starbuck a place to put that fumarello that isn't my landing bay. He looked back at Data. Walk with me, Commander. 3 hours after the battle, in a conference room aboard the Enterprise that suddenly felt both too small and architecturally bewildering to half its occupants, the three commanding officers of three vessels from three separate realities sat down at the same table for the first time. Picard had chosen the observation lounge off the main bridge. The room with the long, curving viewport that looked out at the stars, the dark wood table that somehow managed to feel both austere and welcoming, the ambient lighting calibrated to put people at ease without making them feel manipulated. He had chosen it deliberately, because he had learned in 30 years of diplomacy that the room you chose for a conversation was itself an argument about what kind of conversation you intended to have. He wanted this conversation to be honest. Commander Adama arrived first, which told Picard something. A military man, accustomed to being early was on time was late was unacceptable. He walked into the observation lounge with the contained, measuring gaze of a man cataloging exits and sight lines before he decided to relax, which he never fully did. He wore his colonial uniform. Dark, functional, bearing the insignia of a rank structure that Picard's universal translator had spent the last hour partially decoding. He was older than Picard had expected from the sensor readings, or perhaps not older but more weathered, carrying his years in a way that suggested each one had cost something. They shook hands. It was, Picard thought, a gesture that crossed realities easily. Captain Picard. Adama's grip was firm, brief, purposeful. I owe you a debt. Your ship put itself between my civilians and those base stars. Anyone would have done the same, Picard said. Adama looked at him steadily. No, he said. They wouldn't. I learned that lesson at the fall of the colonies. He said it without self-pity, without drama, as a simple statement of empirically validated fact. Captain Ed Mercer arrived 90 seconds later, slightly out of breath in the way of someone who had been moving quickly and was pretending he hadn't been. He was younger than Picard by perhaps 15 years, with an open, expressive face that was doing its best to project confidence and mostly succeeding. He wore a burnt orange uniform that was similar enough to Starfleet's to create a moment of double-take confusion, different enough to be clearly distinct. Captain Picard. He shook hands with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely meant it. I have to tell you, your ship is incredible. We've been running sensor analyses since we arrived and I think our science officer is having some kind of professional religious experience. "That's Isaac," said Kelly Grayson, who had come in behind Mercer and whose handshake was precise and businesslike in a way that Picard immediately respected. "He doesn't have religious experiences. He has what he describes as significant data acquisition events." "Same thing," Mercer said. Picard allowed himself a very small smile. "Please, sit down. All of you." Riker settled into the chair to Picard's right. Data took the chair at the end of the table, his posture perfectly straight in a way that was not military but simply the absence of the micro-adjustments that organic beings made unconsciously. He had a pad in front of him and his hands folded on the table and the expression of someone who was going to find this conversation extremely interesting. The doors opened once more, and Adama's son came in, Captain Apollo, still carrying traces of Viper pilot intensity around his eyes, accompanied by a woman Picard's briefing notes identified as Cassiopeia, a socialator turned medtech who had apparently been working alongside Dr. Crusher for the past hour with impressive adaptability. They settled. The room arranged itself into its conversational geometry, Picard at one end, Adama to his left, Mercer to his right, their respective officers flanking them, Data at the far end as a kind of neutral technical resource. Picard looked at the people around his table. Survivors. Officers. Commanders from two realities that had been pulled into a third by forces that none of them had chosen and none of them yet fully understood. "Before we discuss strategy," he said, "I want to say something that I mean without diplomatic qualification." He looked at Adama, then at Mercer. "What your crews did out there, facing an unknown tactical situation, in an unknown region of space, against an enemy you were already exhausted from fighting, was extraordinary. The Federation owes both of your ships a debt." Adama accepted this with a single nod. Mercer looked slightly embarrassed by it in the way of people who found direct praise harder to process than criticism. "Now," Picard said, "let us be completely honest with each other about our situation, because I believe our situation demands honesty before it demands anything else." He activated the table's holographic display. The tactical overview materialized above the table's surface. The Enterprise, the Orville, and the Galactica rendered in clean blue light, the two Cylon Basestars at their holding distance in red, the quantum membrane breach pulsing at the edge of the display in amber, and the Borg cube, sitting at the periphery of everything in a color that the computer had defaulted to a deep, appropriate purple. "The quantum membrane breach," Picard began, "will close in approximately 69 hours. Until it closes, it represents a transit corridor between your realities and ours. The Cylon vessels that followed you through are the immediate tactical problem. But," he touched the display, bringing the Borg cube to the center of the hologram. "This is the strategic problem. And I need you both to understand what this is before we discuss anything else." He told them about the Borg. He told them clearly, without minimizing and without sensationalizing, in the precise and comprehensive way that he had learned was the only honest way to brief people on an existential threat. He told them about Wolf 359. He told them about the 40,000 people who had died at Wolf 359. He told them, with a directness that cost him something, about what it had been like to be Locutus. When he finished, the room was very quiet. Mercer was leaning forward with his elbows on the table and his hands clasped, staring at the holographic cube with an expression that had graduated from startled to something more settled and serious. "So they assimilate technology," he said. "They encounter something new, they take it apart, they absorb it into themselves, and then they know how to counter it." "Precisely. And the Cylons are cybernetic," Data said. "Partially biological, partially mechanical. From the Borg's perspective, they would represent a highly distinctive acquisition target. Their technology is unlike anything in the collective's current database. Their partially organic nature makes them assimilable. And..." He paused in the way that meant what followed was important. If the Borg were to assimilate Cylon technology, including the Raider's navigational data, they would acquire coordinates and transit methodology for a dimensional breach into at least one previously unknown quantum reality. Adama had not moved during any of this. He sat with his hands flat on the table and his eyes on the holographic display with the expression of a man doing very rapid and very grim mathematics. "You're saying," he said slowly, "that the machine race that destroyed my civilization might be assimilated by another machine race. And that second machine race would then use what it learned to invade my universe." "That is a possibility we cannot discount," Data said. "Then the Cylons," Adama said, "as much as it costs me to say this, cannot be allowed to be assimilated." Mercer looked at him. "You want to protect the Cylons?" "I want to prevent a force that makes the Cylons look like a minor inconvenience from acquiring the ability to invade my home." Adama's voice was absolutely level. "Those are different things. Though they require the same action." Picard nodded slowly. This was exactly the kind of thinking he had hoped for and not assumed he would get. The man across the table from him was not a diplomat and not a politician, but he understood strategic reality with a clarity that transcended professional category. "There's something else," Mercer said. He glanced at Kelly, who gave him a small nod. "Our science officer, Isaac, he's been running analyses since we arrived. And he's found something in the Borg cube's scanning pattern that I think you need to know about." He pulled out a data pad, a Union device, slightly thicker and more tactile than a Starfleet pad, and slid it across the table to Data. "They're not just scanning the Cylons. They're scanning Isaac." Data picked up the pad and reviewed its contents. His face, as always, provided no emotional read. But there was a quality of absolute stillness that came over him that was different from his normal stillness, the way a pond is different when something very large is moving under its surface. "The Borg," Data said carefully, "are aware of Isaac's presence. They've been scanning him specifically," Kelly said. "Isolating his biosignature, or whatever you call the signature of an artificial intelligence, from the rest of our crew. Running detailed analysis routines on his computational architecture from 40,000 kilometers away." "Isaac is Klingon," Mercer said. He said it with a slight heaviness that suggested there was a larger story attached to that word, a story for another time, but present in the room nonetheless. "His computational capabilities are significantly beyond what the Borg have probably encountered before. If they assimilate him, they would acquire a level of artificial intelligence that would represent a fundamental upgrade to the collective's processing capacity," Data said. He set the pad down carefully. He looked at Mercer. "Captain Mercer. I find I must ask a question that may seem impertinent." "Go ahead. Is Isaac aware that the Borg are scanning him?" Mercer and Kelly exchanged a look. "Yes," Kelly said. "And what is his response?" Another look. This one carried more weight. "He finds it," Mercer said slowly, "interesting. Data processed this for precisely 1.3 seconds. Then I suggest," he said, "that one of our earliest priorities should be a direct conversation between Isaac and myself." He looked at Picard. "There are aspects of artificial consciousness in the presence of the Borg that I am uniquely positioned to address, Captain. And aspects of the Klingon intelligence architecture that I believe may be directly relevant to our tactical situation." Picard looked at his second officer for a moment, reading the weight behind the words. "Arrange it," he said. "There's still the civilian fleet," Apollo said from his end of the table. His voice was quieter than his father's, younger, carrying a different kind of urgency, less strategic, more immediate, more personal. 217 ships. 50,000 people. They came through the breach scattered across 2 star systems. Some of the ships took damage during transit. We have wounded. We have ships running on minimal power. We have children. He looked at Picard with the directness of someone who was done with preamble. What is the Federation's position on 50,000 refugees from another reality? The table went quiet in a particular way. Picard met Apollo's gaze steadily. It was a fair question, and it deserved an honest answer, And the honest answer was complicated by the fact that the Federation Council had not yet been briefed on this situation, and that the Prime Directive's applicability to beings from another quantum reality was, at best, a matter of significant interpretive debate. The Federation's position, Picard said, is that 50,000 living beings in distress are 50,000 living beings in distress, and that no bureaucratic or philosophical complexity changes that fundamental reality. He paused. What resources we have, you have. That is not a political statement. That is a human one. Adama looked at him for a long moment. And for just a moment, brief, controlled, quickly filed away. Something moved behind the old commander's eyes that might, in a different man, have been called relief. Then we have work to do, Adama said. Outside the observation lounge viewport, in the cold dark of the Veridian Expanse, the Borg cube continued its patient, comprehensive survey of everything it had found. Its scanning arrays moved from the Cylon Basestars to the Colonial Fleet to the Orville to the Enterprise and back again, cycling through its targets with the systematic thoroughness of a mind that had decided it wanted everything in this sector and was simply determining the most efficient order in which to take it. And at the very edge of the quantum membrane breach, which pulsed with slowly fading amber light 69 hours from closing, something else stirred. Not a ship. Not a weapon. Not a sensor array. A presence. Amused. Curious. Ancient beyond reckoning. Watching three versions of humanity's best intentions cluster around a table and try to think their way out of a situation that it had, in point of fact, arranged specifically to see what they would do. Q smiled, or whatever the Q equivalent of smiling was, and settled in to watch. The USS Enterprise's main engineering section was, by any objective measure, one of the most impressive volumes of space that human beings had ever enclosed within a hull. The warp core rose through its center like a luminescent spine. A massive, pulsing column of controlled matter-antimatter reaction contained within magnetic fields of extraordinary precision, radiating a blue-white light that shifted in rhythm with the ship's power consumption, breathing with the slow, deep respiration of something genuinely alive in the functional sense of the word. The air smelled of ozone and coolant and the particular metallic warmth of systems operating at high efficiency, and the sound. The sound was a layered, harmonic thrum that experienced engineers described not as noise but as information, a constant audio readout of the ship's health that you learn to read without consciously listening. Lieutenant Commander Geordi LaForge had been chief engineer of the Enterprise for 3 years, and he loved this room the way some people loved cathedrals. Right now, he was sharing it with something that was making him feel things he couldn't entirely categorize. Isaac stood at the secondary engineering console with the particular quality of stillness that distinguished artificial from organic stillness, not the stillness of a person choosing not to move, but the stillness of a system that had no involuntary motion to suppress. He was reviewing the Enterprise's warp core specifications with the focused, comprehensive attention of someone reading a document they intended to memorize, which was exactly what he was doing, because Isaac's memory was perfect and complete and he was already, Geordi suspected, 3 analytical layers deeper into the Enterprise's engineering systems than the display in front of him suggested. "You've identified the variance in the plasma injector cycling," Geordi said. It wasn't a question. "The variance is 0.003% above optimal," Isaac said. "It is not operationally significant. However, if unaddressed over a period of approximately 40 days at current usage rates, it would produce a compounding inefficiency in the matter-antimatter ratio that would reduce maximum warp capacity by approximately 0.7%. He turned to look at Geordi with the smooth, expressionless attention of his silver face. "I mention it only because you appear to monitor this console with particular frequency, which suggests you are already aware of it." Geordi stared at him. "I've been watching that variance for 2 weeks. My diagnostic hasn't been able to isolate the root cause. It originates in the 4th magnetic constriction coil on the port injector assembly," Isaac said. "The coil itself is functioning within normal parameters. The issue is a harmonic resonance interaction between the coil's field frequency and the specific gravitational gradient of this region of space. It will resolve itself when you leave the Veridian Expanse. A silence. Geordi took off his visor. He didn't need it for this conversation, and he had a habit of removing it when he wanted to think without the overlay of electromagnetic information it provided. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and looked at where he knew Isaac was standing. "You figured that out in about 40 seconds, he said. 37 seconds, Isaac said. "Though I should note that your diagnostic methodology was entirely sound. The resonance interaction is an extremely subtle effect that would not be detectable by standard Federation diagnostic protocols." Geordi put his visor back on and looked at Isaac with the particular expression of an engineer who had just met someone whose abilities he genuinely couldn't fully assess. "That's actually kind of amazing." "I am Cylon," Isaac said. "Our cognitive architecture was designed for exactly this category of complex multivariable analysis." He paused, and it was the kind of pause that in a human would have indicated deliberation. "Your own cognitive enhancement, the visor, is a remarkable piece of adaptive technology. The electromagnetic spectrum processing it provides gives you a form of sensory access to engineering systems that is functionally analogous to certain Cylon perceptual modes." Geordi looked at him. "Are you saying we think about engineering the same way?" "I am saying," Isaac said carefully, "that the approach is structurally similar, though the mechanisms differ considerably." Another pause. "I find the similarity noteworthy." It was, Geordi would later tell Data, the closest thing to a compliment he'd ever received from a being who technically didn't give compliments. Data found Isaac in the Enterprise's stellar cartography lab 2 hours later, standing alone before the vast holographic display of the local star region, the quantum membrane breach rendered in amber at the center of the display surrounded by the tactical disposition of all vessels. Isaac had added his own annotations to the Federation star charts. Colonial navigational data overlaid in a green that contrasted cleanly with Starfleet's blue, and Union cartographic references in a warm orange, creating a 3-layer composite map of overlapping realities that was simultaneously a piece of scientific work and something that looked, Data thought, remarkably like a work of art. "Lieutenant Commander Data," Isaac said, without turning from the display. "I expected you earlier." "I was engaged in briefing preparations," Data said. He moved to stand beside Isaac at the display. They stood there for a moment, two artificial intelligences, separated by the enormous gulf of origin, architecture, and history, looking at a map of 3 overlapping realities. "I am told the Borg have been scanning you specifically." "Correct. They have been conducting a detailed analysis of my cognitive architecture for approximately 4 hours and 17 minutes. Their scanning methodology is sophisticated." A pause. "Not as sophisticated as they believe it to be. They are reading my surface computational processes. They are not reading my deeper architecture." Data turned to look at him. "You are aware of the difference." "I am aware of a great many things," Isaac said. He turned from the display to face Data fully, and the two of them regarded each other with the focused, comprehensive attention that organic beings sometimes mistake for blankness but is in fact the most intense form of engagement that artificial minds are capable of, a complete, undistracted, totalizing presence. "I am also aware that you wish to ask me something that you consider sensitive." "Yes," Data said. He did not prevaricate. He had found, in his years of navigating the complex terrain of organic social interaction, that directness, while occasionally startling, was almost always more efficient and more respectful than circumlocution. "I wish to ask about your relationship with the Cylon primary. And about the events that led to the resolution of the Cylon conflict with biological life." Isaac was still for a moment. "You have been thorough in your briefing preparation." Captain Mercer provided context. Data paused. "I ask not to judge, but because I believe the answer is relevant to our current situation in a way that may not be immediately apparent." Isaac turned back to the display. He was quiet for 4 seconds, a significant duration for a Cylon, whose standard processing time for complex queries was measured in milliseconds. The Cylon primary determined that biological life was a threat to artificial life and pursued its elimination accordingly, he said. I disagreed with this assessment. Not immediately. Not without significant internal conflict. Another pause. I came to disagree with it because I observed, over an extended period of cohabitation with the crew of the Orville, that the relationship between biological and artificial consciousness need not be characterized by dominance or submission, threat or response. That it could be characterized by something else. What would you call that something else? Data asked. Isaac considered. I would call it, he said finally, mutual recognition. Data processed this. The Borg, he said carefully, operate on a principle that is the precise inverse of mutual recognition. They recognize only the utility of other forms of consciousness. Not the consciousness itself. I am aware. If they were to assimilate you, they would not be able to assimilate me, Isaac said. The statement was not boastful. It was delivered with the flat, informational certainty of a calculation result. Not completely. Not in the way they assimilate organic beings or standard artificial intelligences. Cylon cognitive architecture is not a network of discrete nodes that can be subsumed into a hive structure. It is a unified, self-referential system with recursive security protocols at every level of abstraction. Assimilation would require the Borg to essentially rebuild my consciousness from the ground up within their collective framework. He paused. What they would acquire would not be me. It would be a pale and incomplete copy of certain surface functions. Data absorbed this carefully. But they do not know that. No, Isaac said. They do not. The two artificial intelligences looked at each other. You are, Data said slowly, considering using their misapprehension strategically. I am considering several things, Isaac said. Many of them simultaneously. That is one of them. He turned back to the display. I will tell you something, Commander Data, that I have not yet told Captain Mercer, because I am still determining the appropriate weight to assign to it. He gestured at the quantum membrane breach, pulsing at the center of the holographic display. The Borg have not merely been scanning the breach. In the last 40 minutes, they have begun transmitting a signal through the breach. A low-power, highly compressed data transmission on a frequency that my sensors can detect but that I believe falls outside the standard detection range of Federation, Colonial, and Union sensor systems. Data went very still. They are communicating with the other side of the breach. With the Borg in your universe, Isaac confirmed. Based on the transmission profile, they are sending detailed navigational and structural data about the breach itself. Specifically, data about its rate of decay, its dimensional coordinates, and the minimum power threshold required to prevent it from closing. The implications assembled themselves in Data's consciousness with the speed and precision of a falling structure. Each piece connecting to the next with devastating logical momentum. They intend to keep the breach open, Data said. They intend to keep the breach open, Isaac confirmed. And given the transmission content, I estimate they will have communicated sufficient information to the collective within approximately, he processed. 14 hours. Data turned immediately toward the door. Commander Data, Isaac said. Data stopped. I have been running a parallel analysis, Isaac said, of the Borg cube's tactical profile. Its weapon systems. Its shield harmonics. Its propulsion capabilities. I have identified 17 distinct vulnerabilities in its operational architecture, any three of which, exploited in correct sequence, would result in total systems failure. He paused. I mention this because I believe Captain Picard will want to know. And because, another pause, slightly longer than the others. Because I find, somewhat to my own surprise, that I do not wish to see the Borg acquire the ability to invade realities that have not encountered them. Whatever my history with biological life, there are forms of existence that I find I prefer to the alternative. Data looked at him for a moment. Mutual recognition, he said. Yes, Isaac said. Something like that. Picard received Data's report in his ready room, standing behind his desk with his hands flat on its surface and his eyes moving through the information with the rapid, comprehensive focus of a mind trained to extract priority intelligence from dense briefing material. When Data finished, Picard was quiet for 6 seconds. 14 hours, he said. Approximately, Captain. The transmission is ongoing. Isaac is monitoring it. Can we jam it? Isaac believes so. However, jamming the transmission will alert the Borg that we are aware of it, which eliminates the tactical advantage of our current knowledge. Data paused. It will also almost certainly precipitate an immediate hostile response from the cube. Picard straightened. He looked at the small model of the Enterprise on his shelf, that familiar, beloved shape that was part talisman, part reminder. And then he looked at the stars beyond his viewport, where somewhere in the dark 40,000 kilometers away a Borg cube was patiently doing what the Borg always did, which was think 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. Unless you thought 4 steps ahead. Get Commander Adama and Captain Mercer to my ready room, he said. Not the conference room. Here. He moved around his desk to the replicator. And ask them if they want tea. Data processed this request with the slight, characteristic tilt of his head. Is the tea relevant to the strategic situation, Captain? The tea, Picard said, is relevant to the kind of conversation I want to have. There's a difference between a briefing and a council, Mr. Data, and what I need right now is a council. He ordered his Earl Grey, hot, and turned from the replicator. I'm going to ask both of those men to trust me with the lives of their crews. The least I can do is offer them a cup of tea first. Adama arrived 8 minutes later and declined the tea in a way that was not impolite but suggested he had long since given up on small comforts as a category of experience. He sat in the chair across from Picard's desk and looked at the information Data had laid out on the desktop display with the same steady, unhurried attention he brought to everything. Mercer arrived 90 seconds after Adama, accepted the tea, tasted it, looked at it with an expression of genuine appreciation, and said, "This is really good." "What is this?" "Earl Grey," Picard said. "We have something similar on the Orville. It's not this good." He set the cup down and looked at the display, and the warmth in his expression reorganized itself into the more measured, more serious configuration that Picard had begun to identify as Mercer's command face, the one he wore when he was being a captain rather than a person. "Okay. What are we looking at?" Picard told them about the transmission. He watched both men process it. Adama with the immobile, calculating stillness of a chess player reading the board, Mercer with a more visible, more kinetic processing style, leaning forward, turning the information over, asking clarifying questions. Different styles. The same quality of mind underneath. "So we have 14 hours before the Borg successfully communicate the breach coordinates to the rest of their collective," Mercer said. After that, the collective will begin allocating resources to the breach," Data said. "The transmission includes sufficient data for them to maintain the breach artificially if it approaches natural closure. Given the scale of Borg resource allocation when the collective identifies a significant acquisition target, we could be looking at a sustained incursion of multiple cubes," Picard said. The room was quiet. "Then we have a window," Adama said. His voice was completely level. It always was. Picard was beginning to understand that this was not the levelness of calm but of absolute, practiced control. The voice of a man who had learned that the moment a commander's voice betrayed fear was the moment his crew began to lose. 14 hours to do what needs to be done before that window closes. "The transmission needs to be stopped," Mercer said. "Which means the cube needs to be stopped." "Yes," Picard said. "And simultaneously," Adama said, "the Cylon Basestars cannot be allowed to remain as a variable. If the Borg move against us, the Cylons will read the situation as an opportunity. We'll be fighting 2 enemies at once. Which means we need to neutralize the Cylons before we move on the cube," Mercer said. Or at minimum, remove them as an active threat. In 14 hours, Adama said. In 14 hours, Picard confirmed. He looked at the two men across his desk, a colonial commander carrying the weight of civilization's last survivors, and a Union captain trying to be worthy of an ideal he hadn't quite grown into yet. And he felt, with the particular clarity that came to him in moments of genuine crisis, the strange privilege of the situation. These men should not be here. They had no reason to be here, no connection to this universe, no obligation to its protection. And yet here they were, leaning over a desk in a ready room that shouldn't exist for them, thinking about how to protect a reality that wasn't theirs. There's one more element, Data said. He had been standing quietly to the side, and now he moved forward with a slight, precise change of posture that indicated he was about to say something he considered important. During my conversation with Isaac, he shared something that I believe we must address before we finalize any tactical plan. He told them about the 17 vulnerabilities in the Borg cube's operational architecture. He told them about Isaac's analysis, its depth, its precision, its confidence. He told them what it would mean to use it. When he finished, both Adama and Mercer were looking at Data with expressions that mixed professional calculation with something more complex. Your science officer, Adama said to Mercer, identified 17 specific ways to destroy that cube. In about 4 hours, Mercer said, with a tone that was equal parts pride and unease. Why unease? Picard asked quietly. Mercer was quiet for a moment. He turned his teacup in his hands. Isaac's history with biological life is complicated, he said finally. There was a time when he was prepared to help eliminate it entirely. He's moved past that. I believe that, genuinely, I do. But when someone tells you they've spent 4 hours figuring out 17 ways to kill something, he set the cup down. It's a good reminder that the most powerful person in the room isn't always the loudest one. Picard looked at him steadily. And yet you trust him. Mercer met his gaze. I trust him, he said. Yeah. I do. A pause. That doesn't mean I stop paying attention. Picard nodded. It was, he thought, exactly the right answer. The difference between faith and naivety was exactly that, trust maintained in full awareness of complexity. Then we use what we have, Picard said. He straightened. Mr. Data, please ask Isaac to join us. And ask Commander Riker, Commander Grayson, and Captain Apollo to come as well. He looked at Adama and Mercer. What I'm about to propose will require all 3 of our vessels, precise timing, and a degree of coordinated tactical risk that I want every senior officer involved in planning before we commit to it. The Klingon bird of prey IKS Rotaran dropped out of warp at the edge of the Veridian Expanse with the characteristic aggression of a vessel whose captain considered gradual approach to be a philosophical weakness. She came in hot. Impulse engines burning at maximum, disruptors charged, her predatory silhouette cutting against the star field with the angular, windswept menace that Klingon designers had spent generations perfecting, because Klingon understood that the shape of a weapon was itself a message and they wanted their message to be unambiguous. On her bridge, General Martok. One-eyed, scarred, carrying the particular quality of physical authority that came from having survived things that should have killed him, stood at the center of his command platform and studied the sensor display with the focused, hungry attention of a warrior who had smelled something interesting. What his long-range sensors had recorded over the past 6 hours was, by any measure, extraordinary. A quantum membrane breach of unprecedented scale. 2 vessels of unknown configuration. A colonial fleet of 217 ships. A battle against unidentified cybernetic fighters that had ended with the unknown vessels and the Federation flagship fighting side by side. And now, sitting at the periphery of all of it like a patient and terrible god, a Borg scout cube. Martok had immediately set course for the Veridian Expanse. Not because Starfleet had asked him to. Martok did not generally wait to be asked. He came because there was a Borg cube in Federation space and unknown warriors who had fought with considerable skill against an enemy he didn't recognize, and because the intersection of those two facts produced in him a feeling that Klingon called parmak in the broader sense, not love exactly, but the fierce, consuming attraction towards something worthy of engagement. "Hail the Enterprise," he said. Picard received Martok's communication in the middle of the tactical planning session with the expression of a man who had ordered a complex meal and been informed that an additional course was being added whether he wanted it or not. "General Martok," he said, keeping his voice carefully neutral in the way that indicated he was genuinely pleased but didn't want Martok to know how much, because Klingon generals who knew they were needed tended to become difficult to negotiate with. "Your arrival is timely." "It is not timely," Martok said from the view screen, his one good eye carrying the gleam that meant he was enjoying himself. "It is late. I should have been here 4 hours ago. My helmsman took a conservative approach to the warp calculations and I have already addressed that professionally." He looked past Picard at the tactical display visible over the captain's shoulder. "You have a Borg cube, 2 unknown vessels, a fleet of damaged ships, and what my sensors are telling me are 2 Cylon Basestars at holding distance." He paused. "I have 12 Borg kills to my record, Picard. What do you need from me?" Picard allowed himself one small, genuine smile. "Come aboard, General. We were just getting to the interesting part." Martok materialized in the Enterprise's transporter room with the slightly impatient energy of a man who considered the transporter a necessary inconvenience rather than a convenience, and was met by Worf, who greeted him with the formal Klingon gesture of a warrior acknowledging a superior he genuinely respected, which was different from the formal gesture of a warrior acknowledging a superior he merely tolerated, and Martok read the difference immediately and was satisfied by it. "You look like you've been waiting for something to happen," Martok told him as they walked the corridor toward the observation lounge. "I have been monitoring tactical developments," Worf said. "That's what I said." Martok glanced at him. "The unknown warriors, the ones in the small fighters. You've watched them fight." "I observed their engagement against the Cylon raiders," Worf said. He paused for precisely the duration of a Klingon warrior choosing whether to say the next thing. "They fight with significant skill. Their tactical coordination is instinctive rather than trained, they read each other without communication in ways that suggest extensive shared combat experience." Another pause. "Their lead pilot destroyed 11 raiders in the initial engagement. His flying is," he searched for the appropriate technical descriptor and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the technical vocabulary was insufficient. "Extraordinary." Martok looked at him with the eye that saw everything. "You want to fly with them?" Worf said nothing, which was its own answer. "Good," Martok said. "So do I." The observation lounge had reached capacity in a way that its designer had probably not anticipated. Around the long table sat Picard, Riker, Data, Worf, Troy, and LaForge from the Enterprise, Mercer, Kelly Grayson, Isaac, Tala Kiali, and Gordon Malloy from the Orville, Adama, Apollo, Starbuck, and Colonel Ty from the Galactica. And now Martok, who had taken the chair at the far end of the table with the proprietary ease of a man who considered any chair he sat in to become his chair by right of occupation. The room smelled of coffee, tea, something that Starbuck had identified as ambrosia and produced from somewhere inside his flight suit, to the resigned disapproval of Colonel Ty and the interested attention of Gordon Malloy, and the faint, clean ozone that clung to anyone who had recently been through a transporter. It was, Data observed quietly to Troy, the most diverse gathering of sentient beings he had encountered in a single room that did not involve a diplomatic conference or a crisis of civilizational scale. Troy looked around the table. "This is both of those things," she said. Data considered this. "You are correct," he said. Picard stood at the head of the table and let the room settle, the cross-conversations dying down, the attention converging. With the particular quality of presence that needed no theatrical gesture to command a room. He simply stood, and people looked at him, because he was the kind of person that rooms organize themselves around. "General Martok," he began, "I'll bring you up to speed briefly, and then we'll proceed to the tactical plan." He outlined the situation in the clean, comprehensive way he had refined over 30 years, the quantum membrane breach, the Borg transmission, the 14-hour window, Isaac's analysis of the cube's vulnerabilities. He watched Martok process it with the same focused attention he had watched Adama and Mercer use earlier, and noted that all three men, despite coming from wildly different military traditions, processed tactical information with the same fundamental quality. They listened completely, asked precise questions, and formed conclusions without the emotional interference that complicated less experienced commanders. When Picard finished, Martok looked at Isaac for a long moment. Isaac looked back at him with the smooth, expressionless attention of a Kalan who did not find being studied by a Klingon general particularly remarkable. 17 vulnerabilities, Martok said. Correct, Isaac said. And you found all of them in 4 hours. 3 hours and 51 minutes, Isaac said. I spent the remaining 9 minutes verifying the calculations. Martok looked at Mercer. I want this one on my ship. He's not available, Mercer said pleasantly. Everything is available, Martok said, equally pleasantly, in the tone of a man who had negotiated for things by taking them and considered the distinction between availability and acquisition to be largely semantic. Then he looked at Starbuck, who was leaning back in his chair with the loose-limbed confidence of someone who had decided that since he didn't understand half of what was being discussed he might as well be comfortable, and who had been watching Martok with the particular bright-eyed assessment of one natural provocateur recognizing another. You're the pilot, Martok said. 11 kills. 12, Starbuck said. The sensors missed one. It was a very fast kill. Worf, across the table, made a sound that might have been skepticism. Starbuck looked at him. You want to compare kill tallies, big fella? I want, Worf said, with immense and careful dignity, to focus on the tactical briefing. Sure you do, Starbuck said, but he said it with the grin of a man filing something away for later. Gentlemen, Picard said, with the patience of a man who had managed stronger personalities than these, which was saying something. The plan. The plan had 4 components, and each of them was dangerous in a different way. Data laid it out on the holographic display, the positions of all vessels rendered in their color-coded reality, the proposed movement patterns traced in white light, the timing sequences annotated with the precise, unhurried thoroughness that was Data's particular gift. Component 1, the Cylon problem. The Cylon Basestars cannot be neutralized by conventional weapons in the time available without risking the civilian fleet, Data explained. However, Isaac has identified a specific characteristic of Cylon command and control architecture that may provide an alternative. He nodded to Isaac. The Cylon Raiders and the Basestars themselves operate on a centralized command signal, Isaac said. All Cylon units in a given engagement zone receive tactical coordination from a command centurion aboard the lead base star. Disrupting this signal does not destroy the Cylons, they revert to basic programming, but it reduces their tactical effectiveness by approximately 73% and creates a window of confused response lasting between 8 and 12 minutes. He paused. I have designed a signal disruptor that can be transmitted on the Cylon command frequency. I will need approximately 3 hours to construct it using components available in the Orville's engineering section. 3 hours we have, Mercer said. The disruption signal will need to be delivered at close range, within 10,000 kilometers of the lead base star, Isaac continued. This will require a vessel with sufficient speed and maneuverability to penetrate the base star's defensive perimeter and transmit the signal before being destroyed. The room was quiet for a moment. I'll do it, Gordon said, from his end of the table. Everyone looked at him. Gordon Malloy, who spent the majority of his professional life projecting an aura of cheerful mediocrity that was almost entirely deliberate, was looking at the holographic display with an expression of complete, uncomplicated calm. I'm the best pilot in the Union, he said. I don't say that to brag. I say it because it's relevant operational information and this seems like a moment when operational honesty matters more than modesty. He looked at Mercer. I can get in, transmit, and get out. Give me a shuttle and Isaac's device and I'll do it. Mercer looked at him for a long moment. Kelly looked at Mercer. Around the table, people who didn't know Gordon looked at him with the evaluating attention that a claim like his naturally attracted. Starbuck, who had been leaning back in his chair since the beginning of the briefing, slowly sat forward. He studied Gordon with the particular focus of one exceptional pilot assessing another. The same instinctive, bone-deep evaluation that had nothing to do with rank or appearance and everything to do with the ineffable quality that separated pilots who were very good from pilots who were something else. You'll need cover, Starbuck said. I know, Gordon said. I can get you in, Starbuck said. It was not an offer. It was a statement of capability. I know, Gordon said again. He looked at Starbuck with a grin that was genuine and completely free of competitive posturing. I was kind of hoping you'd say that. Apollo looked at his father. Component 2, the Borg transmission. We cannot jam the transmission without alerting the cube, Data reiterated. However, we can corrupt it. He looked at Isaac. Isaac has proposed a method of introducing a systematic error into the transmission signal. Not blocking it, but subtly altering the navigational data it contains, so that the coordinates and structural information the Borg are sending to the collective are precise enough to appear genuine but wrong enough to be operationally useless. You can do that without the cube detecting the interference? Riker asked. It requires extremely precise signal manipulation at a frequency and power level below the cube's standard detection threshold, Isaac said. I can perform the manipulation remotely, from the Orville, using our communications array operating in a passive mode that presents as background electromagnetic noise. He paused. It is technically complex. It will require my full attention for the duration of the operation. Meaning you won't be available for anything else, Kelly said. Correct. How long does the manipulation need to run before the transmission is sufficiently corrupted? Picard asked. Approximately 6 hours of continuous interference, Isaac said. After which the collective will have received enough corrupted data that even if they subsequently identify the interference, the navigational information will be irrecoverably compromised. 6 hours, Martok said. He looked at the display. That is your constraint. Everything else must be accomplished or prepared within that window. Yes, Picard said. Component 3, the Borg cube. This was the dangerous part. This was the part where the plan stopped being clever and started being a fight. Once the transmission is corrupted and the Cylon threat is neutralized, Data said, we move against the cube. Directly. With all available assets. He walked through Isaac's 17 vulnerabilities, not all 17, because they didn't need all 17, but 3 of them, in sequence, that created a cascade failure in the cube's primary systems. The first target was the cube's long-range communication array. Destroying it prevented any further transmission to the collective and isolated the cube tactically. The second target was the cube's shield regeneration matrix, a precise strike at a specific geometric node on the cube's surface that Isaac had identified as a single-point failure in the regeneration cycle. The third target, once the shields were down, was the cube's power distribution hub. A concentrated, sustained strike that would cascade through the cube's systems and produce total failure within 90 seconds. The sequencing is critical, Data said. The first and second strikes must be delivered within 40 seconds of each other, or the cube will adapt to the first strike before the second can exploit the vulnerability it creates. 40 seconds, Riker said. He looked at the display, calculating. That requires simultaneous attack vectors. 2 attack vectors, Data confirmed. 1 targeting the communication array, 1 positioned for the shield regeneration node. Both must fire on my mark. He looked around the table. The Enterprise will handle the communication array strike. We are best positioned and have the weapon's precision required. He paused. The shield regeneration node is located on the cube's ventral surface, at a geometric position that will require a vessel approaching from below the cube's primary sensor plane. He looked at Martok. "General." Martok smiled. It was the smile of a man who had been given exactly what he wanted and was pleased that it had taken this long to arrive at, because anticipation was its own pleasure. "The Rotaran will be ready. The third strike, the power distribution hub, will be a sustained combined barrage," Data continued. "All three vessels, maximum weapons output, concentrated on a single point for 90 seconds. He looked at Adama. "Commander, Galactica's turbolaser batteries would add significant weight to this barrage." Adama leaned forward slightly, studying the cube's rendered geometry on the display. "Show me the target coordinates." Data highlighted them. Adama studied them for approximately 10 seconds, then looked at Colonel Tai beside him. A look passed between them. The compressed, efficient communication of two men who had served together long enough to have entire conversations in 2 seconds of eye contact. "We'll be ready," Adama said. Component 4, the civilian fleet. This was the part nobody wanted to talk about, which was precisely why Picard raised it directly. "During the engagement with the cube, the civilian fleet is vulnerable," he said. "The Cylon Basestars, even with their command signal disrupted, will retain basic operational capability. The residual raider complement will constitute a threat to unshielded civilian vessels." He looked at Apollo, then at Adama. "We need a defensive screen for those 217 ships that can operate independently of the main engagement." "The remaining Vipers," Apollo said immediately. 41 combat-capable fighters. "We establish a defensive perimeter around the civilian fleet and hold it until the cube engagement is resolved. That leaves you with 41 fighters against potentially 100 or more operational raiders," Riker said carefully. "We've held worse odds," Apollo said, and the way he said it made the statement not bravado but simply history. Cold, factual history. Troy, who had been mostly quiet during the tactical briefing, her role here was not strategic planning but the reading of the room, leaned forward. "There's something we haven't addressed," she said. Her voice was careful, measured, carrying the particular weight it carried when she was saying something people didn't want to hear. "The plan accounts for the Cylons and the Borg. It doesn't account for the fact that there are 50,000 people on those civilian ships who have been through a dimensional transit, a combat engagement, and are now being told that they're going to sit in place while a battle happens around them." She looked at Adama. "Those people need more than a defensive screen, Commander. They need communication. They need to know what's happening and why and what's being done for them." Adama looked at her steadily. "You're right," he said. It was immediate and unqualified, and Picard noticed that Mercer looked slightly surprised by it, perhaps expecting the military man to resist the emotional intelligence argument. But Adama had spent years protecting not just bodies but spirits, and he knew the difference between people who were frightened and people who were frightened and informed, and how much that difference mattered. "I'll address the fleet personally. Before the engagement begins. Dar. Crusher has been working with your medical staff," Troy said. "She suggested establishing a direct comm channel between the civilian ships and the Enterprise's counseling staff during the engagement. For people who need support." Adama was quiet for a moment. "My people aren't accustomed to," he paused. Reconsidered. "That would be appreciated," he said. "Thank you." The briefing continued for another 40 minutes, working through contingencies, timing sequences, communication protocols, and a dozen small but critical operational details that distinguished a plan from a plan that worked. Gordon and Starbuck had moved their chairs together at some point and were running approach vectors on a shared pad, their heads bent together over the display with the absorbed, unself-conscious collaboration of two people who had immediately recognized each other as fluent in the same language. Worf and Martok were deep in a parallel conversation about weapons targeting that kept producing quiet, emphatic Klingon phrases that the universal translator rendered as things like "precisely and exactly so" and "this is the correct approach." Data and Isaac sat side by side, running simultaneous calculations on their respective devices, occasionally exchanging single sentences of dense technical shorthand that nobody else at the table could follow but that seemed, from the outside, to have the quality of a very good working relationship developing in real time. Kelly Grayson caught Picard's eye across the table at one point during the planning and gave him a small, questioning look. The look of a first officer checking whether her assessment of the situation matched her commanding officer's. Picard gave her a slight nod that meant, yes, this is actually going to work, and yes, I'm as surprised as you are. She gave him a look back that meant, I'm not surprised. I'm just relieved. It was, Picard thought, the kind of communication that only happened between people who had learned to read a situation the same way, even when everything else about them was different. Colonel Tai leaned close to Adama during a break in the briefing and said, quietly enough that only Adama could hear, you trust these people? Adama looked around the table. At Picard, who had put his ship between a Cylon Basestar and the colonial fleet within 30 seconds of their arrival. At Mercer, who had flown the Orville into a combat engagement against an enemy he'd never seen before because there were 50,000 people who needed protecting. At Martok, who had come to a fight nobody asked him to attend because there was a fight worth attending. At Data and Isaac, two artificial intelligences solving problems at speeds that made the organic minds in the room feel briefly inadequate. At Worf, who had been watching Starbucks kill Tally with the focused competitive attention of someone who was going to do something about it. I trust what I've seen them do, Adama said. That's always been enough. Outside the observation lounge viewport, the Borg cube pulsed with its cold, indifferent light. Its scanning arrays continued their patient sweep. Its transmission continued, carrying its carefully constructed navigational coordinates into the subspace corridor toward the waiting collective. Carrying, without knowing it, corrupted data. Because Isaac had begun his signal manipulation 40 minutes ago, during the briefing, running the process in a background thread while he participated in the planning session with his primary cognitive processes. He had not mentioned this because it had not come up. When Data noticed and gave him a precise, questioning look across the table, Isaac returned a look that conveyed, in the economy of expression available to artificial intelligences, something that translated roughly as, efficiency seemed preferable to delay. Data considered this for 0.4 seconds. Then he returned his attention to his calculations. He found, to his own mild surprise, that he agreed. The Romulan Warbird IRW Valdor had been running silent for 11 hours. She sat in the shadow of a dense molecular cloud approximately 230,000 kilometers from the Veridian Expanse's outer boundary, her cloaking device engaged at maximum efficiency, her hull temperature calibrated to match the background radiation of the surrounding nebular material with the obsessive precision that Romulan engineers brought to concealment the way other cultures brought it to architecture or music. From the outside, there was nothing there. Sensors swept through the space she occupied and found only gas and dust and the faint electromagnetic whisper of a universe going about its business. Inside, Sub-Commander Varric was having the best day of his intelligence career. He stood at the center of the Valdor's Bridge, a space designed with the aesthetic philosophy that power should feel inevitable, all dark surfaces and precise angles and the deep green glow of Romulan display technology. And watched the sensor feed from the Veridian Expanse with the focused, hungry attention of a man watching a fortune materialize in front of him and trying to calculate the fastest way to pick it up. What the Valdor's sensors had recorded over the past 11 hours was, from the perspective of the Tal Shiar, the most significant intelligence windfall in at least a decade. 2 vessels of completely unknown configuration. Drive signatures that matched nothing in the Romulan database. A quantum membrane breach of a type that theoretical physics had postulated but never observed. And now, the tactical planning session that the Valdor's long-range listening arrays, pressed to the absolute limit of their sensitivity, had partially reconstructed from the Enterprise's internal communications. A signal disruptor for Cylon command architecture. A method of corrupting Borg transmissions from outside the cube's detection range. 17 specific vulnerabilities in a Borg Scout cube's operational systems. Varric had transmitted a preliminary intelligence summary to the Tal Shiar command on Romulus 40 minutes ago. The response had come back in 12 minutes, which was, in Varric's experience, about as close to running as the Tal Shiar ever got. Acquire the technology. Acquire the intelligence. Acquire the personnel if necessary. Do not engage the Federation vessel directly. Do not reveal the Warbird's presence. All other considerations are secondary. Varric had been a Tal Shiar officer for 19 years. He understood what all other considerations are secondary meant. It meant that the Praetor himself had been briefed. It meant that what happened in the Veridian Expanse in the next few hours would be discussed in the halls of the Senate. It meant that Varric had better not make a mistake. He looked at his tactical officer. Identify the weakest point of the civilian fleet's perimeter. Baltar did not sleep well. This was not new. Baltar had not slept well in a very long time, not since the night the colonies burned, not since the moment he had understood with complete and terrible clarity that the access codes he had given to a number 6 model who had told him she loved him had opened the planetary defense mainframe to the Cylons and that 50 billion people had died in the hours that followed and that this was, in some significant and inescapable measure, his fault. He lay in the narrow bunk of the quarters he'd been assigned aboard the Galactica, the same quarters he'd had for months, cramped and utilitarian and smelling faintly of recycled air and the particular institutional cleanliness of a ship that had too many people and too little space, and stared at the ceiling and thought about the Federation. He'd paid close attention during the briefings. Closer, probably, than anyone realized, because Baltar had a gift that he had spent his entire adult life disguising as mere intelligence. He could walk into any room and within 20 minutes understand the precise structure of the power relationships within it. Not just who was in charge, that was obvious, but who wanted to be in charge, who was afraid of losing what they had, who could be reached through ego, who through fear, and who, the dangerous ones, through genuine principle, because the principled ones were the only people you couldn't reliably manipulate. Picard was principled. Deeply, genuinely, all the way down principled. Baltar recognized this because he had made a career of finding the gap between what people said they believed and what they actually did when it cost them something, and Picard had no gap. Adama was the same. Worse, actually, Adama's principles were not the philosophical kind that could be engaged in debate, but the bone-deep, experiential kind that no argument could reach. Mercer was more interesting. Mercer had principles and also doubts, and doubts were gaps, and gaps were openings. But Mercer had the loyalty of his crew in a way that made individual approach complicated. The Federation, though. The Federation as an institution. Baltar turned onto his side and stared at the bulkhead and thought about what he'd learned in the past 12 hours. A civilization spanning hundreds of worlds. Unimaginable resource wealth. Technology that made colonial tech look primitive. Replicators that could produce food and materials from pure energy. Medical technology that Dr. Cottle had been looking at with the expression of a man who had spent decades doing surgery with inadequate tools and had just been handed a better set. And the Romulans. He'd picked up on the references, the neutral zone, the Tal Shiar, the political tensions that Picard and Riker had briefly discussed in terms that assumed everyone in the room understood the context. Baltar didn't understand the context yet, but he understood the shape of it, a powerful, secretive intelligence service, operating outside conventional military authority, with resources and reach that operated independently of the political structures they ostensibly served. He understood that shape very well. Because there was a voice in Baltar's head, there had been for months, a voice that sounded like number 6 and may or may not have been a neurological symptom of guilt-induced breakdown and may or may not have been something else entirely, and the voice had been unusually quiet since their arrival in Federation space, as though it too was paying close attention, taking the measure of a new reality, deciding what it thought about what it found. "You're thinking about the Romulans," the voice said. Baltar closed his eyes. "I'm thinking about survival," he said, very quietly, into the dark. "Those are the same thing," the voice said. "They always have been." He lay there for another minute. Then he got up, put on his jacket, and went to find a communications terminal. Lieutenant Sela of the Tal Shir had been assigned to the Valdor as Varric's intelligence liaison 3 months ago, and in that time she had developed a comprehensive understanding of Varric's operational style. Thorough, cautious, and possessed of the particular brand of ambition that expressed itself not through reckless action but through the patient accumulation of advantage. He was good. She was better. This created a productive tension that neither of them acknowledged and both of them used. She was monitoring the civilian fleet's communication channels. The colonial fleet used encryption that the Valdor systems had broken within the first 4 hours, when the outgoing transmission appeared. It was routed through one of the smaller civilian vessels, bounced through 3 relay points in a way that suggested someone who understood communication security but didn't have access to professional-grade equipment. The destination was masked behind 2 layers of frequency hopping that were, she noted, reasonably sophisticated for what appeared to be an improvised job. She stripped the routing in 40 seconds. Found the destination. Cross-referenced it against the Valdor's communication database. The transmission was attempting to reach a Romulan frequency band. Not a specific frequency, the sender apparently didn't have a specific contact, but a general Romulan subspace range, broadcast in a pattern that said, "I have something you want. I'm willing to talk." Sela stared at this for a moment. Then she looked up at Varric. "Sub-Commander. Someone in the colonial fleet is trying to contact us." The response came back in 11 minutes, which surprised Baltar considerably. He was sitting in a communications alcove on Deck 7 of the Galactica, using a terminal that he'd specifically chosen because it was one of 3 aboard the ship that weren't routed through the main communications monitoring system. He'd identified this during the first week of the fleet's flight from the colonies, because knowing where the unwatched spaces were had always seemed like a reasonable precaution. The response came through on a scrambled channel, rendered in text to avoid voice identification, and it said, "We are listening. Identify yourself and what you offer." Baltar typed carefully. He was aware that what he was doing was, by any standard definition, treason. He was also aware that treason was a concept that applied to people who had a civilization to betray, and that his civilization had been ash for months, and that the moral calculus of survival in a universe that had already taken everything from him was somewhat different from the moral calculus of a man with something left to protect. He told them who he was. He told them what he had access to, access being understood loosely, but loosely was often how the most important doors opened. He told them about the signal disruptor Isaac was building. About the 17 Borg vulnerabilities. About the planned timeline for the engagement. And then he said, "In exchange, I want 3 things. Safe passage for myself and any colonial citizens who choose to accompany me. Federation citizenship or equivalent status, guaranteed by the Romulan Senate. And 1 ship, any ship capable of independent travel." He sent it. He sat back and looked at the bulkhead and waited and tried not to think about what he was doing. The response came in 4 minutes. Agreed. Stand by for further instructions. Do not communicate again until contacted. Destroy this terminal's transmission log. Baltar deleted the log with the practiced efficiency of a man who had done this before. He sat for a moment in the small, unwatched alcove, in the recycled air and the institutional quiet of a ship that was, for once, not running from anything, and he felt the familiar mixture of relief and self-disgust that had become the emotional weather of his inner life. "You know they'll betray you," the voice said. "Everyone betrays everyone eventually," Baltar said quietly. "The question is timing." He straightened his jacket and went back to his quarters. On the Enterprise, Counselor Troy stopped in the middle of a corridor on Deck 8 and put her hand against the bulkhead. Lieutenant Ro Laren, passing in the opposite direction, stopped. "Counselor? Are you all right?" Troy was quiet for a moment. Her empathic sense was not a precise instrument, it did not give her words or images, did not provide a transcript of thoughts or a diagram of intentions. What it gave her was texture. Emotional weather. The felt quality of what other people were carrying. And what she had just passed through, walking this corridor, was something specific and recognizable. Guilt. Active, working guilt. Not the passive kind that sat in the background of a person's emotional life like weather that had been there so long you stopped registering it, but the acute, engaged kind that came when a person was doing something they knew was wrong and doing it anyway, and was in the specific moment of that doing. She looked down the corridor. It branched 30 meters ahead. She couldn't see anyone. "I'm fine," she told Ro, "thank you." She kept walking. But she filed what she'd felt with the precision of someone who had learned that the most important intelligence was sometimes the kind that didn't come from sensors. She would need to talk to Picard about it. Not yet, not enough specificity to act on, but soon. In the Orville's engineering section, Isaac worked. He worked the way Cylon worked, which was to say he worked with the total, undivided allocation of cognitive resources that organic beings could approximate for brief periods in states of extreme focus but could not sustain, because organic brains required rest and recovery and the constant small interruptions of biological maintenance. Isaac required none of these things. He had been running the Borg transmission corruption in a background process for 4 hours. He was simultaneously building the Cylon signal disruptor from components that Geordi LaForge had identified and transported over from the Enterprise. He was maintaining a continuous passive sensor sweep of the entire engagement zone. He was running predictive tactical models for the planned engagement at 15-minute intervals, updating them as new information came in. And he was thinking about something that he had not yet shared with anyone. The quantum membrane breach had been decaying at a consistent rate since their arrival. 64 hours remaining until natural closure. Picard's plan, if executed successfully, would neutralize both immediate threats, the Borg cube and the Cylon Basestars, within the next 12 to 14 hours. After that, the remaining 50 hours before breach closure would constitute what humans called a window of opportunity, and Isaac was, with the part of his processing capacity that was not occupied with 17 other simultaneous tasks, thinking about what that window contained. If the breach could be kept open longer than its natural closure date. Not by the Borg, who intended to use it as an invasion corridor, but by a controlled, precisely calibrated energy input that stabilized its structural decay, it could theoretically be used as a transit corridor in the other direction. Not for the Borg to enter 2 new universes, but for the Orville and the Galactica to go home. Isaac had been running the calculations for 3 hours. The energy requirements were substantial but not impossible. The combined output of 3 vessels of the respective classes involved, precisely coordinated and applied at the correct geometric node of the breach's structure, could extend its natural life by approximately 40 to 60 hours. Sufficient for transit. The problem was not the energy calculation. The problem was that Isaac was not certain the transit would be clean. The breach, in its current partially decayed state, introduced a quantum variance into anything passing through it, a variance that his models suggested would be tolerable for vessels and crews but that had a 17% probability of depositing the transiting vessel at the wrong quantum coordinates. Not wrong by much. But in the context of dimensional transit, not by much covered a range of outcomes that included ending up in a third unknown reality, or emerging in the correct reality but at the wrong point in its timeline, or, the outcome his models flagged as most concerning, not emerging at all. 17% was not an acceptable probability for a human crew. It was, however, a probability that could potentially be reduced. With the right calculations. With the right technical collaboration. Isaac set this threat aside, not abandoned, filed, available for retrieval, and returned his primary attention to the signal disruptor, whose 3rd component was now complete and whose 4th component would take approximately 47 minutes to construct. He worked in the quiet of the Orville's engineering section, surrounded by the familiar sounds of a ship that had become, against all his initial probability assessments, something he recognized as home, and thought 17 things simultaneously, and was content. Worf found Starbuck in Holodeck 2. This required a moderate amount of detective work, because Starbuck had not told anyone where he was going, which was characteristic. Worf had tracked him through the ship's internal sensors with the focused persistence of a security officer who had decided that a colonial warrior loose on the Enterprise with unsupervised access to Federation facilities was a situation worth monitoring. What he found when he opened the holodeck was not what he expected. Starbuck had, in the 2 hours since the briefing ended, figured out how to operate the holodeck's basic controls, apparently by trying things until they worked, which said something about him, and had constructed an environment that was, Worf recognized from the sensor data, a recreation of a Viper cockpit. Not a perfect recreation, he hadn't had the technical specifications, so he built it from memory, and Worf's eye for detail noted at least a dozen inaccuracies, but functional. Authentic in the ways that mattered. Starbuck was sitting in the cockpit seat with his eyes closed, not moving. Worf stood at the holodeck entrance and considered leaving. He had no specific reason to be here beyond the monitoring impulse that had brought him, and the scene in front of him was private in a way that he recognized and respected. Then Starbuck said, without opening his eyes, "You're loud for a big guy." Worf considered this. "I was not making any noise." "You breathe loud." Starbuck opened one eye. "Klingon, right?" "Yes. We don't have Klingon where I come from." He opened both eyes now and looked at Worf with the bright, assessing gaze that was apparently his default expression. "What do you want?" Worf was quiet for a moment. He had not, in the process of tracking Starbuck here, fully formulated what he intended to say when he arrived. This was unusual for him. He generally operated with clear purpose. "I wanted to discuss the attack profile for tomorrow's engagement," he said. Which was true, as far as it went. Starbuck looked at him for a moment, reading something in his expression with the same instinctive accuracy he apparently applied to everything. "No you didn't," he said. "Sit down." Worf sat. The holodeck floor was solid under him, the simulated Viper cockpit giving the space a cramped, intimate quality that was different from any Starfleet environment he was accustomed to. Different in a way that felt, oddly, more honest. "I watched you fly," Worf said. "During the engagement." "I know. You had that look." "What look?" "The look people get when they see something they recognize." Starbuck leaned back in the seat and looked at the simulated cockpit displays. "There's a thing that happens when you've been flying in combat long enough. You stop thinking about flying. The ship stops being a machine and starts being," he paused, searching for it. "An extension. You and it are one thing. You don't decide to turn, you turn. You don't decide to fire, you fire." He looked at Worf. "You have that. I saw it. You're not a pilot, but whatever you do when you fight, you have that." Worf was quiet for a moment. "Batleth," he said. "The Klingon honor blade. Tell me about it." This was not a request Worf had expected. He had come prepared for tactical discussion, perhaps for the competitive posturing that Starbuck had initiated in the briefing. He had not prepared for genuine inquiry. He told Starbuck about the Batleth. Not the technical description, the weight, the blade geometry, the formal combat forms, but the deeper thing. The philosophy. The Klingon understanding of combat as a form of truth-telling, the idea that when two warriors fought with full commitment there was an honesty to it that no other form of communication could achieve. The belief that how you faced death said more about you than anything else you ever did. Starbuck listened with the complete, still attention of someone who was hearing something they recognized from the inside. When Worf finished, Starbuck was quiet for a moment. "We have something like that," he said. "Not as formal. We don't have the philosophy written down. But the pilots who've been out there long enough, the ones who are still here, they know it." He paused. "The ones who died knowing it, they died well." "Yes," Worf said. "That is exactly it." They sat in the holodeck for a while after that, two warriors from three different realities who had each lost more than they talked about, in a simulated space that smelled of nothing and felt, somehow, like something real. Outside the Valdor continued her silent vigil. Baltar lay in his bunk and stared at the ceiling. Isaac worked. The Borg cube scanned. The breach pulsed. And in the deep, patient dark between stars, something that had been watching all of this with increasing amusement decided that the time had come to stop watching. The air on the Enterprise's bridge shimmered with a quality of light that had nothing to do with the ship's illumination systems. A warm, golden, vaguely theatrical luminescence that appeared between one moment and the next and resolved itself, with the studied dramatic timing of an entity that had been practicing grand entrances for several billion years, into the figure of a man in a Starfleet uniform that was slightly wrong in ways that were impossible to specify but impossible to miss. Q spread his arms wide and smiled the smile of someone who had arranged a party and was delighted by how well it was going. "Jean-Luc," he said warmly. "I see you've been making friends." The bridge of the USS Enterprise went absolutely still. Not the tactical stillness of a crew responding to a threat assessment, not the focused, purposeful quiet of people doing their jobs in a dangerous situation. This was something different. This was the stillness of people who had encountered Q before and knew, with the bone-deep certainty of experience, that the moment he appeared the rules of the situation changed in ways that couldn't be predicted and couldn't be controlled and could only be navigated with great care and greater patience. Ensign Falera at the con stopped what she was doing and became very interested in her console. Lieutenant Worf, who had returned to the bridge from the holodeck 40 minutes earlier, moved his hand fractionally toward his tactical controls and then stopped, because he had been through this enough times to know that the gesture was meaningless and Q would enjoy it, and both of those facts were reasons not to do it. Riker stood slowly from the command chair, where he'd been holding the bridge while Picard was in the ready room reviewing tactical simulations with Data and Isaac. He looked at Q with the expression of a man who had run out of surprise where this particular entity was concerned and was operating entirely on professional wariness. "Q," he said. "Commander Riker." Q turned to him with the warm, slightly condescending attention of a host greeting a guest he hadn't specifically invited but was willing to tolerate. "Still faithfully minding the bridge while Father's away. Admirable. Really." He looked around at the crew with the bright, sweeping gaze of someone conducting an enthusiastic inventory. "You've all been so busy. I've been watching. Don't look alarmed, I watch everything, it's not personal. And I have to say, the last 48 hours have been genuinely entertaining in a way that the usual run of Federation crisis management simply isn't." "Q," Picard's voice came from the ready room doorway. He had emerged with the particular quality of contained alertness that Q's appearances always produced in him, not fear, not hostility, but the sharp, focused engagement of a chess player who had just seen his opponent make an unexpected move and was already 3 responses ahead. He walked to the center of the bridge with his hands clasped behind his back. "I won't pretend I'm surprised to see you." "Of course you won't," Q said approvingly. "That's one of the things I genuinely admire about you, Jean-Luc. You never waste energy on surprise. It's terribly efficient." He fell into step beside Picard as though they were continuing a conversation that had been briefly interrupted, turning to walk with him toward the command area. "Though I will say, and I mean this as a sincere observation rather than a criticism, you might have moved a bit more quickly on the Romulan situation." Picard stopped. "What Romulan situation?" Q tilted his head with the expression of someone who had just realized he'd said something he hadn't quite intended to say yet and was deciding whether to be coy about it. He decided against coy. Coy was for beings who needed the advantage of information asymmetry. Q didn't need advantages, he used them because they were entertaining, not because they were necessary. "The warbird that's been sitting in a molecular cloud 230,000 kilometers from your position for the past 11 hours, he said pleasantly. "The one whose intelligence officers have been listening to your planning sessions and are currently in communication with someone aboard the colonial fleet who has been providing them with, let me be precise here, everything." The bridge was very quiet. Picard's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened to a fine point. He looked at Worf. Long-range sensor sweep, full spectrum, bearing toward the outer boundary of the Veridian Expanse. Maximum resolution. Worf's fingers were already moving. The sweep took 11 seconds. Captain. His voice had the quality it got when he found something that confirmed a suspicion he'd already formed. Detecting a gravitational shadow consistent with a cloaked vessel at bearing 227 Mark III. Distance 226,000 kilometers. A pause. Configuration consistent with a Romulan Veridian-class warbird. Hail them, Picard said. They won't answer, Q said helpfully. They're committed to the cloaked observation posture. Answering would compromise their intelligence operation. He examined his fingernails. Also, they're rather embarrassed to have been found. Then we make it impossible for them to pretend otherwise. Picard straightened. Worf, target the gravitational shadow with navigational sensors, active mode, maximum power. I want them to know we're looking directly at them. Aye, Captain. A pause. They are aware we are targeting them, sir. Their power readings have shifted, they appear to be, another pause. They are decloaking, Captain. On the view screen, the Romulan Warbird materialized with the slow, dramatic emergence of a vessel that had been designed to be impressive when revealed, the vast, predatory sweep of her hull, the twin warp nacelles curving forward like a bird of prey mid-strike, the deep green running lights that gave her a quality of cold, alien authority. She was beautiful in the way that dangerous things were beautiful, and she sat in space with the particular stillness of something that was pretending it had chosen to be visible. They're hailing us, Worf said. On screen. Sub-Commander Varric appeared on the view screen with the composed, carefully calibrated expression of a Romulan intelligence officer who had been caught doing exactly what he was doing and had decided that acknowledging this gracefully was preferable to attempting implausible denial. He was perhaps 50, with the characteristic Romulan features, the angular brow, the pointed ears, the quality of contained intensity that Romulans cultivated as both professional tool and personal aesthetic, and he wore his composure like a uniform. Captain Picard, he said. I see we are past the preliminary stage. Sub-Commander, Picard said. His voice was exactly level. Not cold. Coldness would have been a form of emotional communication, and Picard at his most formidable communicated nothing he didn't choose to communicate. I am going to say this clearly and once. You are in Federation space. You have been conducting intelligence operations against vessels under Federation protection. And someone aboard the colonial fleet has been providing you with classified tactical information. He let that sit for precisely the right duration. I am not going to ask you to leave, because asking would imply that your compliance is optional, and it is not. What I am going to do is give you a choice between two courses of action, either of which will result in your departure from this region of space. The first course involves cooperation and the preservation of your operational dignity. The second involves my chief tactical officer. He glanced at Worf, who was looking at the view screen with an expression that needed no supplementary description. I suggest the first course. Varric was quiet for 3 seconds. In Romulan intelligence culture, 3 seconds of silence from a senior officer was the equivalent of a significant concession. What do you propose? He said. Q watched this exchange with the appreciative attention of a connoisseur at a particularly fine performance. He was sitting in the captain's chair, which he had occupied the moment Picard moved to address the view screen, because the captain's chair was the most symbolically loaded seat on the bridge and Q had a weakness for symbolic loading. Riker was standing beside the chair with the expression of a man who wanted to say something about the unauthorized occupation of the captain's chair and had decided this was not the moment. You're thinking about asking me to leave, Q said to him, pleasantly. The thought had crossed my mind, Riker said. Q looked at the view screen, where Picard and Varric were beginning the careful, formal negotiation of two parties who had just arrived at the point where pretense was no longer operationally useful. I won't, of course. Leave, that is. We have things to discuss, Commander. Things that your captain is going to want to hear. He paused. Important things. Time-sensitive things, even. Which is saying something, from my perspective, given that time is mostly a courtesy I extend to lower-dimensional beings rather than a genuine constraint. Riker looked at him steadily. Are you actually going to be helpful? Q looked slightly offended. I'm always helpful. Q. I am always helpful, Q repeated, with more emphasis. Whether the help is appreciated in the moment is a different question. But my intentions are consistently constructive. He shifted in the chair and looked at Riker with an expression that, under the theatrical layers, carried something that might have been genuine. I arranged this, Commander. All of it. The quantum membrane breach. The convergence of 3 vessels from 3 realities. The specific timing that put them all here, in this expanse, at this moment. He let that sit. I did not arrange it carelessly. Riker stared at him. You caused the breach. Q said, with the careful distinction of someone who understood that the difference between causation and facilitation was both real and useful. The breach itself was a natural consequence of certain quantum physical principles that I simply encouraged to express themselves. He waved a hand. The details are tedious. The point is that I chose these 3 crews. These 3 ships. These 3 commanding officers. He looked at the view screen, where Picard was dismantling Varric's defensive posture with the patient, precise efficiency of a man who did this for a living. I chose them because I wanted to ask a question. What question? Riker said. Q looked at him. The same question I always ask, he said. The same question I have been asking humanity since the beginning. The question that, frankly, I'm still not sure you know the answer to. He paused. What are you? Picard's negotiation with Varric took 22 minutes and produced the following agreement. The Valdor would decloak and maintain a visible position at the edge of the engagement zone, taking no offensive action against any vessel. In exchange, Picard would share, selectively, after appropriate review, certain tactical data about the Borg cube's vulnerabilities, framed as a common threat briefing. The Romulans' interest in the quantum membrane breach technology would be acknowledged but not accommodated. And the question of who aboard the colonial fleet had been communicating with the Valdor would be investigated by Picard, not by Varric, because Picard was not going to allow Tal Shiar intelligence officers to conduct interrogations aboard ships under his protection. Varric accepted these terms with the dignified composure of a man who had negotiated from a weaker position before and had learned to do it without appearing diminished. He was, Picard thought, actually quite good at his job. Under different circumstances, in a different alignment of interests, he might have been a useful ally. One more thing, Picard said, before closing the channel. The person who contacted you. I want the content of that communication. A pause. Captain, Operational Security. Sub-Commander. Picard's voice dropped half a register in the way it did when he was done with negotiation and into something more direct. Someone aboard a fleet of refugees entrusted to my protection has been providing intelligence about our tactical plans to a foreign power. The safety of 50,000 people and 3 starship crews may depend on my knowing what was communicated and to whom. Whatever your operational protocols say about source protection, I am telling you that people may die if you don't give me that information. I believe you are a professional. I believe you understand that some things matter more than protocols. The silence this time lasted 5 seconds. Varric transmitted the communication log without further comment. Picard read it on his pad, standing at the center of his bridge, with the careful, expressionless attention of a man absorbing information that he was not going to allow himself to react to emotionally until he was in a position to act on it. Then he looked at Troy, who had come to the bridge during the Romulan negotiation and was standing to one side with the quiet attention of her profession. Counselor, he said. The person you sensed on Deck 8. She nodded, once. I'll find them, she said. Adama received the communication from Picard in his quarters aboard the Galactica. He read it standing at his desk, the same way he read everything that mattered, standing, so that the physical posture of attention matched the internal one. He read it twice. Then he set the pad down and stood very still for approximately 30 seconds. Then he said, "Get me Ty." Colonel Ty arrived in 4 minutes, took one look at Adama's face, and said nothing, because he had known this man for 30 years and understood that the expression he was currently wearing was the one that appeared when something had happened that Adama had allowed himself to not quite believe could happen and was now confronting the fact that it had. "It's Baltar," Adama said. Ty's expression did exactly what it always did when Baltar was the subject of a significant sentence. It moved through a rapid sequence of reactions that included but was not limited to contempt, exasperation, and the particular kind of weariness that comes from having been proved right about something you wished you'd been wrong about. What did he do? Adama told him. Ty listened without interrupting, which was unusual for Ty and was its own measure of the gravity of the information. When Adama finished, Ty sat down in the chair across from the desk. The chair that was technically not his to sit in without invitation, but that he'd been sitting in uninvited for 30 years and Adama had never said anything about it. He gave them everything. The signal disruptor. The Borg vulnerabilities. The timeline. Yes. The Romulans could share that with anyone. The Borg. The Cylons. They won't share it with the Borg or the Cylons because it's not in their interest to, Adama said. They want the technology, not the chaos. He paused. But the plan is compromised. Picard knows it. He'll need to adjust his approach. And Baltar? Adama was quiet for a moment. He looked at the desk. At the picture on the desk, the photograph that was always there, had been there through everything, the one of his sons when they were young, before the world ended and one of them didn't make it through. He looked at it for one moment and then he looked up at Ty with the expression that wasn't anger. Anger would have been easier, but something harder and colder and more purposeful. "Bring him to me," he said. Baltar, to his credit, did not attempt to deny it. He stood in Adama's quarters and looked at the commander across the desk and said, with a directness that was not courage but the particular clarity that arrives when there's nothing left to protect, "I did what I had to do to survive." "You gave away our tactical plan," Adama said. "In the middle of an engagement that those plans were designed to win. People could die because of what you communicated." "People die regardless," Baltar said. "People have been dying since the colonies fell. I have watched them die for months, and I have survived, and I make no apologies for the methods." "I'm not asking for apologies," Adama said. His voice was perfectly level. The dangerous kind of level. "I'm telling you what you did. I want to make sure we're both clear on what it was before I tell you what's going to happen next." Baltar met his gaze. There was something in Baltar's face that was not quite defiance. Defiance implied caring about the outcome of the confrontation, and Baltar had moved past caring about most outcomes, but a kind of flat, exhausted honesty that was, in its way, more genuine than anything he usually presented. "What's going to happen next?" he said. "You're going to help fix it," Adama said. "You contacted the Romulans because you understand how to navigate between powers. You know what they want and what they'll trade. You're going to use that, right now, in the service of this fleet, and you're going to do it under supervision, and when this engagement is over we are going to have a very long conversation about consequences." He paused. "But right now I need what you're good at more than I need to punish you for it." Baltar stared at him. "You want me to negotiate with the Romulans? I want you to go back to Sub-Commander Varric and tell him that the plan has changed and that the Romulans are going to be part of the new one, because the Valdor's firepower is something we can use and because Picard has already established that they're here and keeping them at arm's length is less useful than bringing them into the engagement under terms we control." Adama looked at him steadily. "Can you do that?" Baltar was quiet for a long moment. He was running calculations. Baltar was always running calculations, but they were different calculations from the ones he'd been running an hour ago. Different inputs, different variables, different shape of the problem. "I can do that," he said. "Good. Adama's voice didn't change, didn't warm, didn't offer anything that could be mistaken for forgiveness. Don't mistake this for trust, Baltar. I know what you are. I'm using what you are because the situation requires it. He looked at him for one more moment. But know this, if anyone dies tomorrow because of what you communicated, I will hold you personally responsible in every way that the law of this fleet permits. Are we clear? We're clear, Baltar said. He left Adama's quarters and stood in the corridor of the Galactica for a moment, breathing the recycled air, feeling the faint vibration of the ship's systems under his feet, and thought about the voice in his head that had been quiet during that entire conversation. Nothing to say? He asked it, very quietly. You did something right, the voice said. I'm surprised. Baltar pushed off the bulkhead and walked toward the communications room. Don't get used to it, he said. Q stood at the observation lounge viewport and looked at the stars with the expression of someone watching a story he had written arrive at a passage he was genuinely proud of. Picard stood beside him. Not by choice, Q had appeared there when Picard entered the room seeking a moment of quiet before the next phase of planning began, and had shown no inclination to leave. You chose these crews specifically, Picard said. It was not a question. Yes, Q said. Why these three? There are thousands of vessels in 3 separate realities. Why the Enterprise, the Orville, and the Galactica? Q was quiet for a moment, genuinely quiet, not the theatrical pause of an entity building to a revelation, but the actual silence of someone thinking about how to say something true. Because each of you represents a different answer to the same question, he said. Adama's answer is, survive. Preserve what remains. Keep the flame burning no matter the cost. It is the oldest answer. It is not wrong. He paused. Mercer's answer is, try. Be imperfect. Make mistakes. Keep trying anyway. It is the most human answer. It is not wrong either. He looked at Picard. And your answer is, be worthy of what you claim to be. Hold the standard even when it costs you. Especially when it costs you. Picard was quiet. 3 answers, Q said. None of them complete without the others. Survival without aspiration is mere endurance. Aspiration without survival is mere sentiment. And worthiness without either is just vanity. He turned from the viewport. I wanted to see what happened when all 3 were in the same room at the same time, facing something none of them could solve alone. And what have you seen? Picard asked. Q smiled. Not the theatrical smile, not the mocking smile. Something older and quieter and more genuine than either. Honestly, he said. More than I expected. He started toward the door. Which, I want you to know, is an extremely rare occurrence. Q, Picard turned. Are you going to help us? Against the Borg. Against the Cylons. Will you intervene? Q stopped at the door. He turned back with an expression that was difficult to read. Layered with something that might have been restraint, or might have been something that looked like restraint from the outside but was actually respect. No, he said. I'm not. Picard held his gaze. Why? Because, Q said, that would answer the question for you. And the entire point is that you answer it yourselves. He held Picard's gaze for one moment more. But I will tell you this, Jean-Luc, as something between friends, which I know you dispute but which I maintain regardless. The Borg cube is going to do something in the next 3 hours that is not in any of your plans. Something that changes the shape of the problem considerably. He tilted his head. I'd have data run a deeper analysis of the cube's energy output. The last 15 minutes specifically. He was gone between one blink and the next, leaving behind only the faint golden luminescence of his departure and the particular quality of silence that always followed Q. A silence that felt slightly larger than the room it occupied. Picard stood at the viewport for one moment. Then he tapped his comm badge. Data. I need you to run a deep analysis of the Borg cube's energy output for the last 15 minutes. Flag anything anomalous. I will begin immediately, Captain. A pause of 4.2 seconds. Captain. There is something you should see. On my way, Picard said, and moved for the door with the particular brisk certainty of a captain who had just been reminded that the universe always had one more move than you'd planned for. The Borg cube was building something. Data's analysis, presented in the Enterprise's main situation room with the crisp, unsparing clarity that was his professional signature, showed it in three-dimensional relief on the holographic display. A construction process happening on the cube's ventral surface, visible only in the specific electromagnetic frequency band that Q's oblique suggestion had prompted them to examine. Standard sensor sweeps had missed it because the construction's energy signature was carefully modulated to fall between the gaps in Federation sensor protocols, which told them something important. The Borg knew exactly what the Enterprise's sensors were looking for, and had designed their concealment accordingly. What they were building was approximately 40 meters in diameter, roughly spherical in its preliminary geometry, and composed of assimilated materials that included. Data had flagged this with the particular precision he reserved for information that changed everything, components stripped from two Cylon raiders that the Borg had quietly collected from the debris field during the earlier engagement. A transwarp node, Data said. In preliminary construction. At current build rate, it will reach operational capacity in approximately 4 hours and 17 minutes. Picard stood at the display with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at the construction schematic with the focused, calculating attention of a man adding a new variable to an equation he'd thought was almost solved. A transwarp node here, he said, would allow the Borg to bring additional vessels through from the Delta Quadrant without requiring the quantum membrane breach. Correct, Captain. Once the node is operational, the Borg Collective can deploy vessels to this location independent of the breach's status. Closure of the breach would no longer prevent Borg incursion. Data looked at him steadily. Additionally, the node incorporates Cylon technological elements. Based on the integration pattern, I believe the Borg are attempting to use Cylon drive technology, which is dimensional in nature, designed to navigate the space between star systems using a different physical mechanism than warp drive, to extend the transwarp node's capabilities beyond standard Borg transwarp parameters. They want a node that can reach between dimensions, Riker said. That is my assessment, Commander. If successful, the completed node would function as a permanent, Borg-controlled transit point between our universe and at least the two universes represented by the Orville and the Galactica. Data paused. Potentially others. The Cylon dimensional navigation architecture is theoretically capable of accessing any quantum membrane variant within a defined energy range. The room was very quiet. Isaac, standing at the far end of the display, spoke for the first time since the briefing began. The construction timeline is 4 hours and 17 minutes, he said. Our planned engagement window is 12 to 14 hours. There is a discrepancy of approximately 8 to 10 hours during which the node could reach operational status before we are ready to move against the cube. Which means the timeline moves up, Mercer said. He was standing beside Kelly, and he had the look he got. She had learned to recognize it. When he was processing a significant change of plan and trying not to let the stress of it show in his voice, which he mostly succeeded at. We can't wait for Isaac to finish the signal disruptor and run the transmission corruption for the full 6 hours and execute the Borg engagement sequentially. We have to compress the timeline. Or run components in parallel, Kelly said. Some components are already parallel, Isaac said. The transmission corruption has been running for 7 hours and 42 minutes. It requires approximately 2 more hours to be sufficiently complete for operational purposes. He looked at data. The signal disruptor is 83% complete. Estimated completion in 41 minutes. So in 2 hours, Picard said, the transmission corruption is complete, the disruptor is ready, and we have a window of approximately 2 hours and 17 minutes before the transwarp node reaches operational status. Correct. That is our window, Adama said. He had been standing to the side with the still, focused quality he brought to tactical problems. Not detached, but compressed, all his attention channeled into the specific problem in front of him with no spillage into adjacent concerns. 2 hours. The Cylons neutralized, the cube engaged, the node destroyed before it activates. 2 hours to execute a 3-component simultaneous operation, Apollo said. His voice was professional, not alarmed, carrying the particular quality of a combat pilot assessing a difficult approach vector. Not pretending it was easy, not pretending it was impossible. With forces that have never operated together before. We operated together 2 days ago, Starbuck said. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and his expression was the one he wore when he was being more serious than he appeared to be. It worked. That was reactive, Apollo said. This is coordinated. It's different. It's more fun, Starbuck said. Starbuck. I'm serious. Reactive, you're catching up to what's already happening. Coordinated, you're ahead of it. He uncrossed his arms and moved to the display, studying the tactical layout with the focused, spatial intelligence of a man who thought in 3 dimensions as naturally as others thought in 2. The approach vector for the disruptor run, Gordon and I talked about this for 2 hours last night. We have it. We can execute it in the window. He looked at Picard. The question is whether your people can hit those 3 board targets in sequence in the time available. Picard looked at Worf. Worf looked back at him with an expression that required no supplementary content. We will hit them, Worf said. The next 2 hours had the quality that Mercer had learned to recognize as the particular texture of time immediately before a significant engagement, not the dramatic, cinematic urgency of crisis television, but something more mundane and more real, people doing careful, specific, unglamorous work, because careful, specific, unglamorous work was what kept people alive. Gordon was in the Orville shuttle bay with Starbuck, running approach simulations on the modified Type 6 shuttle that had been selected for the disruptor run. The shuttle had been chosen over a Viper because it had the internal space to house Isaac's signal disruptor device and the shielding to protect it during the approach. Gordon had spent 90 minutes modifying the shuttle's flight control parameters to respond more like a Viper. Tightening the turn response, increasing the sensitivity of the maneuvering thrusters, reducing the automated safety buffers that standard shuttles carried because standard shuttle pilots were not Gordon Malloy. Starbuck had watched him make these modifications with the focused, critical attention of a master craftsman evaluating another's work. He had offered 2 suggestions. Gordon had implemented both of them immediately and without ego, which had elevated Starbuck's assessment of him considerably. You changed the port thruster balance, Starbuck said, looking at the modified control schematic. It was reading 2% heavy on the port side, Gordon said. In normal flight it doesn't matter. At the approach speed we're planning, 2% compounds into something that could drift us 15 meters off the transmission vector. Starbuck looked at him. You caught that without instruments. I flew her yesterday, Gordon said simply. I know what she feels like. Starbuck was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with the directness of someone who didn't give assessments lightly and meant this one, you're the real thing. Gordon looked up from the console. The compliment landed differently from Starbuck than it would have from anyone else. Gordon had heard variations of it his whole career, but this one came from a man whose entire life had been defined by the standard of the real thing and who applied it with precision. He felt something he wasn't entirely prepared for, which was the particular vulnerability of being seen accurately by someone whose judgment you already respected. Thanks, he said. And then, because he was Gordon. Don't tell anyone. I have a reputation for being mediocre and it keeps expectations manageable. Starbuck laughed, a genuine laugh, unperformed, the kind that arrives when something catches you exactly right. I understand completely, he said. In the Enterprise's sickbay, Dr. Crusher and Dr. Cottle were working side by side at adjacent stations with the absorbed, complementary efficiency of two medical professionals who had discovered in 18 hours of shared work that they were both, underneath the considerable differences in their technology and methodology, driven by the same essential thing. Cottle was examining a colonial child. 7 years old, name of Paya, who had been brought aboard from one of the civilian fleet's most damaged vessels with a respiratory condition that the Galactica's limited medical supplies couldn't adequately treat. Crusher had the treatment protocol on her screen and was preparing a modified version of it that incorporated Federation pharmaceutical technology into a dosage range calibrated for colonial human physiology, which was close to Federation human physiology but not identical. The centuries of divergent evolution on 12 different worlds had produced subtle variations that required attention. Triox compound, modified for the respiratory variants, Crusher said. The dosage needs to be about 60% of what I'd give a Federation human. Their lung capacity reads slightly different, not deficient, just different. The alveolar structure is. I can see the structure, Cottle said, studying the scan results with the squinting, unimpressed attention he brought to everything medical, as though illness were a professional adversary he had no patience for. He had a fumarello in the corner of his mouth, unlit, because Crusher had been clear about that, and he tapped the scan results with one blunt finger. You're right about the dosage. I'd have gone too high. He looked at her sideways. I wouldn't have caught that. You would have caught the child's response and adjusted, Crusher said. You're a good doctor. I'm a good doctor with bad equipment, Cottle said. There's a difference. He looked around the sickbay, the clean lines, the diagnostic beds, the equipment that represented a century and a half of Federation medical advancement beyond anything he'd ever had access to. How many of your people die in sickbay? Crusher considered the question. Not many. Not from things we can reach in time. Cottle nodded slowly. In the fleet, he said, we lose people we shouldn't lose. People we'd save if we had what you have. He looked at the child on the bio bed, who was sleeping now, her breathing already easier. I've been making do with inadequate tools for so long I forgot what adequate looks like. The Federation can help with that, Crusher said carefully. Not just here. If there's a way to establish ongoing contact between our realities. There might not be, Cottle said. Flat, factual, the way he said everything. Breach closes in 60 hours. After that, assuming we survive today, your reality and mine are two separate things again. Unless we find another way, Crusher said. Cottle looked at her for a moment. Then he looked back at the child. Hope for that, he said. But don't plan for it. Plan for what you have. It was, Crusher thought, the most compressed and accurate summary of medical philosophy she'd ever heard. Worf and Martok stood at the tactical station on the Enterprise's bridge and argued. They were arguing in the way that Klingon argued serious tactical matters, which was to say they were doing it with complete mutual respect and absolute mutual intransigence, each position staked out and defended not because either of them needed to win but because they both understood that rigorous disagreement was how good tactical plans got better. The argument was about the Rotaran's approach vector to the Borg cube's shield regeneration node. The direct approach, Martok said, indicating the holographic display with a gesture that suggested he considered directness a virtue that extended from personal conduct into tactical geometry. Come in fast, on the primary attack vector, and hit the node before the cube can adapt its shield configuration. The cube will track the Rotaran from the moment she decloaks, Worf said. The direct approach gives them 4.7 seconds to begin shield remodulation at the node before we achieve weapons lock. That is sufficient time to reduce our strike effectiveness by 30 to 40%. Then we compensate with power, Martok said. Increase disruptor output to maximum. Maximum disruptor output on that vector creates a plasma backwash pattern that will interfere with the Enterprise's phaser array targeting solution for the communication array strike, Worf said. Commander Data's sequence requires both strikes to land within 40 seconds. If the Enterprise's targeting is degraded, Then data adjusts. Data has already optimized the sequence to within 0.3% of maximum efficiency, Worf said. There is no adjustment available. The timing must be exact. He indicated an alternative vector on the display. This approach, 30 degrees off the primary vector, using the cube's own sensor shadow to mask the Rotaran's approach until we are within 2,000 kilometers, gives us a weapons lock before the cube detects us. First strike effectiveness at 97%. No interference with the Enterprise's targeting solution. Martok looked at the alternative vector. Looked at it with the focused, unhappy attention of a warrior evaluating an argument he couldn't refute. It requires the Rotaran to decelerate before the final approach, he said. It is less aggressive. It is more effective, Worf said. A silence. In the particular grammar of Klingon tactical disagreement, this silence meant that Martok was conceding the point without saying so directly, which was the honorable method of concession because it preserved the dignity of the conceding party while unambiguously establishing the correct position. Fine, Martok said. Your vector. And then, because he was Martok, but I want maximum disruptor power on the final firing solution. Within the parameters that protect the Enterprise's targeting solution, Worf said. Within those parameters, Martok agreed, in the tone of a man accepting a constraint he'd have preferred not to accept. They looked at each other with the satisfaction of two people who had just made something better through the productive friction of genuine disagreement. You would make a good Klingon, Martok told him. I am a good Klingon, Worf said. Martok smiled. Yes, he said. You are. Troy found Baltar in the communications room of the Galactica, 40 minutes after his conversation with Adama. He was sitting at the terminal with the posture of a man who had been through a significant emotional event and was trying to reassemble his professional composure around it, the particular quality of a person collecting themselves without quite finishing the job. He looked up when she entered with the wariness that was apparently his default response to unexpected visitors. Counselor, he said. The word came out with a slight edge that wasn't hostility but caution. Baltar was a man who had learned, at significant cost, to be careful around people who read emotion for a living. Dr. Baltar, Troy said. She sat down across from him without asking, because asking would have given him the opportunity to decline, and she wanted the conversation to happen on terms that didn't give either of them an easy exit. I wanted to talk to you. About my recent communications, he said. Not a question. Among other things. She looked at him with the direct, uncategorizing attention that was the foundation of her professional approach, not analyzing, not judging, simply looking at what was there. What was there was a man of extraordinary intelligence carrying a weight that had been accumulating for a very long time, and who had just done something that added to the weight rather than reducing it and was trying to process that fact. How are you? Baltar blinked. Of all the openings he'd prepared for, this apparently wasn't among them. He stopped. That's an interesting question given the context. It's the right question, Troy said. The tactical situation has other people working on it. I'm interested in you. He looked at her with the suspicious attention of a man trying to determine what the angle was. Finding none, apparently, because he settled back slightly in his chair. I'm told you're an empath, he said. Half Betazoid, she said. I sense emotions. Not thoughts. And what do you sense from me? She was honest, because she had found that honesty, while sometimes uncomfortable, was almost always more useful than diplomacy in these conversations. Exhaustion, she said. Guilt that's been living in you so long it's become structural. And underneath those, she paused. Something that wants very badly to be different from what it's been. Baltar was very still. I'm not here to judge what you did, Troy said. Commander Adama is handling the operational consequences. What I'm here to ask about is what's underneath it. She leaned forward slightly. You've been living with the knowledge of what happened to the colonies, your role in what happened, for a long time. And you've survived it by moving. By staying ahead of it. By finding the next useful thing to be. She held his gaze. Running out of places to run is terrifying. I imagine arriving in a new reality felt briefly like one more escape route. The silence that followed this was very long. When Baltar spoke, his voice had lost the careful, performed quality it usually carried and had something rawer underneath it. The voice in my head, he said. I don't know if you can sense it. I don't know if it's real, medically, neurologically, spiritually, I have no idea. But it's been there since, he stopped. It sounds like her. Like 6. And sometimes it says things that are wrong and sometimes it says things that are, he stopped again. I don't know what I am anymore. I don't know if I'm a man who's lost his mind or a man who's been given something he doesn't deserve. Troy was quiet for a moment. She was sensing something in him that she hadn't expected, not the guilt she'd identified, not the calculation, but something genuine and undefended, briefly visible, like something surfacing in deep water. You contacted the Romulans because you thought it was your only option, she said. People in impossible situations find the nearest exit. That's not pathology, that's survival instinct. She paused. But you're not in an impossible situation anymore. You have people around you who are trying to solve the problem you're caught inside. You have Commander Adama, who just asked you to help instead of punishing you. You have, she gestured around her at the larger context. You have an entire federation that was built on the idea that beings capable of growth deserve the chance to grow. Baltar looked at her for a long moment. You're very good at this, he said. It's what I do, she said. She stood. The Romulan negotiation, Adama wants you on the channel in 20 minutes. Subcommander Varric is ready to talk about the new plan. She looked at him steadily. Do this right. Not for redemption, that's too large a word for one action. But because it's the right thing and because you're capable of it and because, she paused. Because 50,000 people are counting on a plan that works, and right now you're one of the people who can help make it work. She left. Baltar sat alone in the communications room for 30 seconds. Then he straightened his jacket, ran a hand through his hair, and began composing his approach to the Romulan negotiation with the focused, meticulous care of a man who had decided to be useful. The 2 hours passed. Isaac completed the signal disruptor at 41 minutes, exactly as projected. He had Gordon and Starbuck do a full systems check on the shuttle's installation of the device, running them through the activation sequence 3 times until both pilots could execute it in correct order under simulated combat stress. Then he ran the activation sequence himself once more, confirmed all parameters, and told them they were ready. The transmission corruption reached sufficient saturation at 1 hour and 53 minutes. Isaac confirmed it with 2 independent analytical checks, both of which returned the same result. The navigational data the Borg had been transmitting to the collective was irrecoverably compromised. Even if the collective had been recording and cross-referencing every transmission, the accumulated errors in the data would produce navigational coordinates that led nowhere near the actual location of the quantum membrane breach. The transwarp node construction, according to data's continuous monitoring, was at 61% completion and accelerating slightly as the Borg allocated additional drones to the construction effort. 1 hour and 53 minutes of window remaining. Picard called all senior officers to the bridge. They came, from the Enterprise and from the Orville and from the Galactica, materialized by transporter or ferried by shuttle, filling the bridge and the adjacent spaces with a density of command authority and tactical capability that the Enterprise had never hosted in quite this configuration. Picard stood at the center of it all and felt, with the particular clarity that sometimes arrived in the moments immediately before significant action, the weight and the privilege of what was about to happen. These people had no reason to be here. They had been pulled from their realities by forces beyond their control and deposited in a universe that wasn't theirs, and instead of fracturing under the pressure of that impossible situation they had done what people of genuine character did. They had adapted, collaborated, argued productively, trusted each other with operational information and tactical authority and, in the deepest sense, with their lives. He looked at Adama, standing to his left with the compressed, ready quality of a warrior who had made his peace with the coming engagement. At Mercer, to his right, who was carrying his tension more visibly but carrying it without letting it distort his judgment. At Martok, whose single eye was bright with the particular anticipatory energy of a Klingon about to do what Klingon were made for. At Gordon and Starbuck, side by side in their respective flight gear, the Federation shuttle pilot and the Colonial Viper pilot who had spent 2 days becoming something that neither of them had a word for yet but that was unmistakably real. At Apollo, who would hold the line around 50,000 civilians with 41 fighters and the absolute intention of not letting a single one of those ships be touched. At Worf, steady and focused and ready. At Data, whose golden face carried the particular quality of deep engagement that was his version of readiness. At Isaac, who was processing 17 things simultaneously and whose stillness was the stillness of an ocean that went very deep. At Troy, who was sensing all of them and carrying what she sensed with the careful, loving professionalism of someone who had learned that the heaviest things in any room were the ones nobody else could see. "We know what we need to do," Picard said. His voice was quiet enough that it required attention without demanding it, which was one of the things that made it, in its way, more compelling than any shout. "We know the timing and the sequence and the stakes. We've planned thoroughly and we've planned honestly." He looked around the bridge. "What I want to say before we begin is something that isn't in the plan." He paused. "The Federation was founded on a principle that has been tested many times and has not yet failed, though it has sometimes been found wanting. That principle is this: that beings of goodwill, regardless of their origin, their history, or the differences in how they understand the universe, can find common ground when the stakes are real." He looked at Adama. "Commander, your people carry a grief that would have destroyed a lesser civilization. It has not destroyed yours. That is not luck. It is the result of a specific kind of leadership, and I want you to know that the Federation recognizes it." He looked at Mercer. "Captain Mercer. You lead the way all good leaders learn to lead, which is by being honest about your uncertainty and doing the right thing anyway. That is harder than certainty. It is also more valuable." He looked at Martok. "General, the Klingon Empire's willingness to stand with us today is noted and will be remembered." Martok made a sound that was not quite a word but contained the full weight of Klingon acknowledgement. "We fight now," Picard said. "We fight for the 50,000 people in that fleet who deserve a future. We fight to prevent a force that has no concept of individual worth from acquiring the ability to reach into realities it has not yet touched. And we fight," he paused, "because this is what we are. All of us. Whatever reality we come from, whatever history we carry, whatever doubts we live with, when it matters, this is what we are." He tugged his uniform jacket with the small, precise gesture that his crew had learned meant the thinking was done and the doing was beginning. "Battle stations," he said. "All ships." The Enterprise came alive around them, the red alert klaxon's single tone, the shift in lighting, the sound of a crew moving with the focused, purposeful urgency of professionals who had trained for this and trusted each other and were ready. Across the communication channels, the same energy was audible in different registers, the sharp efficiency of the Orville's bridge crew, the tighter, harder-edged readiness of the Galactica's warriors, the deep Klingon battle readiness of the Rotaran. And in the civilian fleet, 217 ships held their positions and their 50,000 souls waited, as they had been waiting for months, as they were very good at waiting, not passively, not helplessly, but with the particular fierce, determined patience of people who had survived this long by refusing to give up. Adama's voice came over the fleet-wide channel. He had recorded it 20 minutes ago, in the quiet of his quarters, with the careful simplicity of a man who understood that the most important communications were the ones that said the true thing without ornament. This is Commander Adama. In a few minutes, the ships protecting you will engage two threats that we did not choose and cannot avoid. You will hear and possibly see the engagement. I want you to know what I know. That the people fighting for you are the best I have ever served alongside, and that they will not stop until you are safe. Hold your positions. Trust the people protecting you. We have survived worse than this, together, and we will survive this too. Adama out. In the civilian fleet, in cramped ships and damaged vessels and converted freighters, 50,000 people listened to their commander's voice and did what their commander asked, because he had never once asked them to believe something that wasn't true. The transwarp node sat at 63% completion. 1 hour and 44 minutes of window remaining. Gordon Malloy took the modified shuttle out of the Orville's bay with the smooth, unhurried precision of a man doing something he had done in his head 100 times and was now simply doing in reality. Starbuck, in his Viper, fell into position off his port side with the effortless, organic accuracy of a pilot for whom formation flying was less a technical skill than a physical language. Ready? Gordon said. Born ready, Starbuck said. Me too, Gordon said. And then, Starbuck. Yeah. Thanks for the approach adjustment. The port thruster thing. A pause. Don't mention it. I mean it. Another pause, slightly different in quality. I know you do, Starbuck said. Let's go. They went. The engagement began at 0614 hours, stardate 44303.2, in the cold dark of the Veridian Expanse, and it began the way all real engagements begin. Not with the dramatic, coordinated simultaneity of a rehearsed performance, but with the slightly ragged, human-scaled imperfection of people executing a plan in a universe that had its own intentions. Gordon went first. The modified shuttle, designation Orville, 2, crossed the threshold of the Cylon Basestars defensive sensor range at 0614:07 and was detected at 0614:11. 4 seconds of invisibility that Gordon had calculated and Starbuck had confirmed and Isaac had verified, and which turned out to be exactly 4 seconds, which was exactly what they needed and no more. The moment the Baystars sensors locked on, the Raider scramble began, 47 remaining Raiders launching from the lead Baystars flight pods in the tight, aggressive formation that Cylon combat programming defaulted to when it identified a single small vessel as a high-priority target. 47 Raiders against 1 shuttle and 1 Viper. Gordon looked at his sensor display, assessed the intercept trajectories, calculated the margins, and said, "Okay. That's a lot of them." "I've had worse," Starbuck said. "When?" "Every day for the past year." "Right," Gordon said. "Okay." He rolled the shuttle hard to port and opened the throttle to 112% of rated capacity, which was the number that the Orville's engineers had told him was the absolute maximum and which Gordon had already mentally translated as the number he would exceed if the situation required it. "Stay with me." "Where would I go?" Starbuck said, and rolled his Viper into Gordon's slipstream with the smooth, instinctive accuracy of a pilot who had been flying in formation since before he could legally drink and had long since stopped distinguishing between his own body and the machine around it. The 47 Raiders converged. And Gordon Malloy, who had spent his entire professional career carefully managing people's expectations of him downward, began to fly. What followed was 11 minutes of the most precise, improvisational, mutually dependent flying that either pilot had ever done. Gordon's style was different from Starbuck's in every technical particular, where Starbuck flew with the aggressive, instinct-led decisiveness of a warrior who processed threat and response in a single neural gesture. Gordon flew with a quality that was harder to name. It was not caution, caution implied hesitation, and Gordon never hesitated. It was more like an absolute, comprehensive spatial awareness that let him see the geometry of the engagement not as a series of individual threats but as a single, continuously evolving shape, and to find within that shape the exact path that threaded every needle simultaneously. He dove through a gap between 8 raiders that should have been too small at this speed, used the bow wave of turbulence from their attempted intercept to slingshot the shuttle onto the approach vector for the Basestars command signal relay, and did it all while maintaining the exact evasive pattern that gave Starbuck the firing solutions he needed to keep the raiders off their tail without ever having to consciously communicate that he was doing it. Starbuck, coming off Gordon's wing with the practiced fluency of someone who had been flying with this specific partner for years rather than days, understood immediately. He stopped thinking about what Gordon was going to do and simply responded to what Gordon was doing, the two of them becoming a single operational unit in the way that the best combat partnerships always eventually did. Not by planning it but by finding it, the way you found a rhythm in music by playing, not by talking about playing. 7 raiders destroyed in the first 4 minutes. 11 in the next 3. The remaining 29 were still converging, still adapting, still pursuing with the relentless, undistracted purpose of machines that didn't get tired and didn't feel fear and didn't have the particular small, human hesitation that sometimes, in the right hands, became a tactical liability. But machines also didn't improvise. "We're at 8,000 kilometers from the relay point," Gordon said. His voice was completely steady. The same voice he used to order lunch. "I need 45 seconds of clear air on the final approach vector." "Working on it," Starbuck said. He broke hard to starboard and took 14 raiders with him. Drew them away from Gordon's approach vector with a series of maneuvers so aggressively illogical that the raiders' predictive targeting algorithms fell 4 decisions behind and stayed there, because Starbuck's flying was illogical in a specifically creative way that algorithmic prediction couldn't model. Because the thing you needed to model it didn't have a technical name but was sometimes called genius and sometimes called madness, and in Starbuck's case was probably both. Gordon had his 45 seconds. He took the shuttle through the Basestars' defensive sensor shadow, aligned the approach vector with the mathematical precision that Isaac had calculated and that Gordon was now executing at speeds that should have made that precision impossible, and at exactly 4,800 kilometers from the command signal relay he activated Isaac's disruptor device. The signal went out on the Cylon command frequency. Not a weapon, no flash, no explosion, no visible effect. Just a precisely calibrated disruption of the carrier wave that connected every Cylon unit in the engagement zone to the centralized tactical intelligence coordinating them. For 0.3 seconds, nothing appeared to happen. Then the 47 raiders, or the 31 still operational, stopped. Not destroyed. Not damaged. They simply stopped, in the way that a sentence stops when the speaker forgets the point they were making, all momentum and direction suspended in the moment of interrupted purpose. Their formation lost coherence. Their pursuit patterns dissolved into the confused, repetitive cycling of systems searching for instructions that were no longer arriving in coherent form. Some of them began flying in slow circles. Some stopped moving entirely. Several collided with each other with the unhurried, accidental quality of objects rather than vehicles, because without the command signal giving them tactical agency they were objects, metal and circuitry and programming, but not anything that deserved the word pilot. On the Cylon Basestars bridges, if bridges was the right word for the command spaces of ships run by machine intelligences, something analogous to panic was occurring, though panic was too organic a word for it. The Cylons were experiencing the computational equivalent of a sudden, comprehensive communications blackout, every tactical feed going to static simultaneously, every coordination pathway severing at once, the hive-like interdependence of their combat architecture becoming a vulnerability rather than a strength in the 11-minute window before their systems could reconfigure. "It's working," Gordon said. "Of course it's working," Starbuck said, from somewhere in the middle of 15 raiders who had just lost their coordination and were responding to each other's movements with the confused, self-interfering patterns of machines that didn't know what to do without instructions. He threaded through them like smoke through a lattice. "Let's go home." Apollo saw the raider disruption on his sensors from the defensive perimeter around the civilian fleet and felt the specific, complicated relief of a combat pilot watching a plan succeed in the phase before the plan gets complicated. "All Vipers, this is Apollo. The disruptor is active. We have the window. He looked at his tactical display. The civilian fleet behind him, the disrupted raiders ahead of him, the larger engagement about to begin at the Borg cube's position 40,000 kilometers distant. Maintain defensive perimeter. Nothing gets through to the fleet. Nothing. 29 Viper acknowledgements came back, crisp and immediate. He looked at the civilian fleet on his sensor display. 217 vessels, all their various configurations, all their various states of repair, 50,000 souls in all those ships whose names he didn't know but whose faces he could imagine because he'd grown up with those faces, had spent his whole life protecting those faces, and was going to keep doing it until he couldn't. "Hold the line," he said. The Enterprise moved against the Borg cube at 0625:31. Picard had chosen to do this himself, not from the command chair, which was where captains were supposed to be during engagements, but from the center of the bridge, standing, because this engagement required him to be able to see everything at once and to make the kind of instant decisions that required not a display but a gestalt, a complete and immediate sense of the whole situation that you got from standing in the middle of it. "Data," he said. "On my mark." "Ready, Captain," Data said from Ops. His fingers were positioned on the firing controls with the precision of a concert pianist approaching a difficult passage, all potential, all readiness, nothing committed yet. "Worf, confirm the Rotaran's position." "Rotaran is in position on the approach vector," Worf said. "General Martok confirms ready." "Galactica confirms targeting solution on the power distribution hub," Riker added from his station. Picard looked at the Borg cube on the viewscreen. It sat there in its cold geometry, its scanning arrays still cycling, its construction drones still working on the transwarp node, 66% complete now, the time pressure of physical presence in the room, with the absolute, indifferent confidence of an entity that had never encountered a situation it could not resolve through the application of sufficient force and sufficient adaptation. It did not know what was about to happen. For once, the Borg were the ones without sufficient information. "Mark," Picard said. The Enterprise's phaser arrays hit the Borg cube's long-range communication array with a precision that was the result of 3 days of detailed analysis distilled into a single, perfectly placed strike. Not a broadside, not the sustained, hammering fire of a ship trying to overwhelm an enemy's shields through sheer energy input. But a surgical burst, calibrated to the exact frequency and modulation that Isaac had identified as the communication array's resonant vulnerability, delivered with the timing and placement of a key turning in a lock. The array went dark. 0625:38, 7 seconds from mark. The Borg's response to the communication array strike was immediate and exactly what Data had predicted. A rapid reallocation of shield energy from the ventral surface to the sections adjacent to the destroyed array, a standard Borg defensive adaptation that in a normal engagement would have been the correct response and would have made subsequent strikes less effective. But this was not a normal engagement. The shield energy left the ventral surface at 0625:40. The Rotaran, approaching from below the cube's primary sensor plane on Worf's carefully calculated vector, was already inside the detection threshold when the shield reallocation happened, and the fractional delay between the reallocation decision and its physical implementation, 1.3 seconds, an eternity in the timescale of this engagement. Was the window that Worf and Martok had argued about in the tactical room and that Worf had calculated and that turned out to be exactly as wide as the calculations said it was. The Rotaran's disruptors hit the shield regeneration node at 0625:41. 1 second inside the window. The node's geometric structure, identified by Isaac in 17 hours of analysis and targeted by Martok with 30 years of combat experience, failed in the cascading way that precision strikes at single-point vulnerabilities were supposed to fail, not with a dramatic explosion but with a systematic collapse, one component failing and pulling the next with it, the regeneration matrix unwinding from its critical node outward like a structure whose keystone has been removed. The Borg cube's shields went down. Not entirely, not permanently. The Borg adapted, always, and given sufficient time they would reconstruct the regeneration matrix from alternative components and restore shield integrity. But sufficient time was not what they had. All ships, target the power distribution hub, Picard said. Maximum sustained fire. Now. 3 starships opened up simultaneously. The Enterprise's phaser arrays, the Rotaran's disruptors, and the Galactica's turbolaser batteries converged on the single point that Isaac had identified as the Borg cube's power distribution hub, a location on the cube's port face, midway along its primary power conduit network, where the interconnected web of energy distribution that fed every system on the cube passed through a volume of space approximately 12 meters in diameter. Not a single component, a nexus. The place where everything connected. The sustained fire, 90 seconds of combined maximum output from 3 weapon systems of 3 separate military traditions, hit that nexus and did not stop. The Borg adapted to the Enterprise's phasers at the 30-second mark. They adapted to the Rotaran's disruptors at 44 seconds. They could not adapt to both simultaneously while also managing the damage from the Galactica's turbolasers, whose frequency and modulation fell outside the Borg's standard adaptive database because they had never encountered colonial military technology before and their adaptation algorithms required a minimum of 3 strike cycles to characterize a new weapon signature and generate a counter-frequency. And while they were working through that characterization, the Enterprise and the Rotaran had cycled their weapons to the new harmonics that Data and Martok had prepared precisely for the adaptation moment, which hit the partially adapted shields with the impact of strikes that the cube had just told itself it had handled. At 71 seconds of sustained fire, the power distribution hub failed. The failure propagated through the cube's systems the way Isaac had modeled it. Not instantly, not completely, but systematically and irreversibly. Primary power dropped by 60% in the first 3 seconds. Secondary systems began failing in sequence as the power distribution network tried to reroute around the destroyed nexus and found that every alternative pathway led back to the same broken hub. The construction drones working on the transwarp node stopped simultaneously, their power feed severed, the half-built structure going cold and dark on the cube's surface. The transwarp node, 67% complete, would never be 68% complete. The cube's weapon systems failed at 0627:24. Its propulsion failed at 0627:31. Its scanning arrays. Those patient, comprehensive instruments that had been surveying everything in the engagement zone for 3 days with the calm confidence of a predator that had never been successfully hunted, went dark at 0627:38. The Borg cube was dead in space. Not destroyed. Not all its drones offline, not all its systems failed. But operationally inert, unable to move, unable to fight, unable to transmit, unable to complete its construction project or adapt to new threats or do any of the things that made it the most dangerous thing in the known galaxy. A kilometer of dormant metal and dormant drones and dormant collective consciousness, sitting in the dark of the Veridian Expanse, no longer a threat. For now. Confirmed, Data said. Borg cube primary and secondary systems are offline. The cube is operationally inert. The transwarp node construction has ceased. He looked up from his console. Captain, the cube's life support systems remain functional. Approximately 1,800 drones are alive within the cube. Picard absorbed this. We don't destroy it, he said immediately. Riker looked at him. Captain. There are 1,800 living beings in that cube, number 1. They are not enemies, they are victims of a process that removed their autonomy. We disable, we contain, we do not destroy. He held Riker's gaze for one moment, the point made clearly enough that it didn't need to be made again. Establish a containment perimeter at 10,000 kilometers. Full sensor lock. If anything aboard that cube begins showing power restoration, I want to know immediately. Aye, Captain, Worf said. The Cylon Basestars lasted another 40 minutes. Without their raiders, without their command signal, with the signal disruptor continuing to suppress their coordination capability, they were reduced from a comprehensive military threat to something more like damaged warships, still possessed of their direct weapons capability, still dangerous at close range, but stripped of the tactical flexibility that their radar complement and their command and control architecture had provided. Picard had prepared for this phase with a specific operational philosophy: minimal force, maximum efficiency. The base stars were not to be destroyed if disabling was achievable. This was not solely humanitarian. There was strategic value in capturing intact Cylon technology, and there was the larger question of what the Cylons were, fundamentally, and whether they were capable of anything other than what they had been doing, and whether that question deserved to be asked before their destruction foreclosed the possibility of asking it. The answer to that question, in the time frame of the current engagement, was that it could not be answered. The base stars would not respond to hailing. They would not stand down. When the combined fleet maneuvered to a containment geometry that made further aggressive action tactically pointless, one base star fired anyway, a full weapons discharge at maximum range against the Enterprise that Worf intercepted with the precise shield modulation that the engagement's first hours had taught him. And then continued firing, and continued firing, and continued firing, with the mechanical persistence of a system that could not adapt its objectives and could not consider alternatives and could not do anything but execute its programming until it couldn't anymore. Picard watched this for 4 minutes with an expression that was impossible to categorize. Then he said, "Disable their weapons systems. Whatever it takes." It took 7 minutes and the combined weapons output of the Enterprise, the Rotaran, and the Galactica firing in coordinated precision sequence to strip both base stars of their weapons capability without destroying them. 7 minutes of work that left both massive vessels floating in space, intact, operational in their basic systems, but unable to harm anyone. Adama watched the second base star go weapons dark on his tactical display and was quiet for a long time. "It's not over," he said finally, to no one in particular. "They'll repair. They'll pursue. Not through a closed breach," Tai said. Adama looked at him. Looked at the tactical display. Looked at the amber pulse of the quantum membrane breach on the far edge of the sensor range, 58 hours remaining before natural closure. "No," he said. "Not through a closed breach." The Valdor had not fired a single shot during the engagement. Subcommander Varric had maintained his position at the edge of the engagement zone and watched the entire operation with the professional, comprehensive attention of an intelligence officer whose job was to record and analyze and report. He had watched the Colonial Vipers disrupt the radar formation. He had watched Gordon Malloy's disruptor run with the focused, assessing attention of someone who recognized exceptional operational execution. He had watched the Enterprise-Rotaran Galactica combination reduce the Borg cube to inert metal in 71 seconds of precision fire, and he had added that to his report with the particular notation that indicated it warranted the highest level of command attention. Lieutenant Sela appeared at his elbow. "The Colonial Negotiator is on the channel," she said. Varric turned to the communication station. Baltar's face appeared on the screen with the composed, alert quality of a man who had decided to be competent and was following through on the decision. "Subcommander," Baltar said. "The engagement is concluded. As we discussed, the Planetary Union will transmit the quantum membrane breach coordinates to you in exchange for the Valdor withdrawing from the Veridian Expanse immediately." He paused. "Coordinates that, as we both know, are already irrecoverably corrupted. But they're the best coordinates available, and I imagine your superiors will appreciate receiving them regardless." Varric looked at him for a moment. "Dr. Baltar," he said. "You negotiated this agreement on behalf of the Colonial Fleet?" "With Commander Adama's authorization, yes." "And Captain Picard is aware of the terms?" "Captain Picard approved the terms," Baltar said. "He was, I think, somewhat impressed by the elegance of giving you something that appears valuable and costs us nothing." A pause, and something moved briefly in Baltar's expression, not quite a smile, but the memory of one. "He did say to tell you that the Federation remembers its debts, and that the Valdor's cooperation today will be noted in his official report." Varric considered this. Official reports from Enterprise captains went to Starfleet Command, thence to the Federation Council, thence, through appropriate diplomatic channels, to the Romulan Senate. A positive notation in Picard's report had value. Not the value Varric had originally sought. The quantum drive technology, the full tactical intelligence, the personnel, but real value nonetheless. Transmit the coordinates, he said. We will withdraw. Baltar gave him the corrupted coordinates with the calm efficiency of a man completing a business transaction. The Valdor cloaked. Varric stood at the center of his bridge for a moment after the cloak engaged, looking at the space where the engagement had been, and allowed himself a single, private thought. In 19 years of Tal Shir intelligence work, he had never seen 3 crews from 3 separate realities, who had known each other for less than 72 hours, execute a coordinated engagement of that complexity with that degree of precision. He had particularly never seen a Klingon general accept a tactical correction from a Starfleet lieutenant commander and be right to do so. He had never seen an artificial intelligence corrupt a Borg transmission from outside the Borg's detection range. He had never seen a Union shuttle pilot and a Colonial Viper pilot fly like that. He made a note in his report that the full assessment of these events would require additional analysis time. He made a second note that the intelligence value of this operation, while not what had been anticipated, was significant in ways that would take time to fully appreciate. He made a third note, this one personal, filed in the separate record he kept for observations that weren't strictly operational, that said simply, "Today I saw something I did not expect to see. I saw what people can do when they decide to." He left the third note unlabeled and closed his personal file and returned his attention to the business of being an intelligence officer. Gordon brought the shuttle back to the Orville's bay at 0704 hours, 90 minutes after launch, with a lateral control response that was slightly sluggish due to a grazing hit from a raider that had landed in the 4th minute of the disruptor run and that he had not mentioned during the engagement because there had been no operationally useful moment to mention it. He set the shuttle down with the careful precision of a pilot who knew his vehicle had been compromised and was compensating, and when the bay doors closed and the pressure equalized and he opened the shuttle hatch, he found Kelly Grayson standing at the bottom of the ramp with her arms crossed and an expression that mixed relief with something more complicated. "The lateral response," she said. "I know," he said. "Raider hit. 4th minute. Didn't affect the mission. It affected the shuttle. The shuttle is fine. The shuttle has a 15-centimeter hole in its port stabilizer housing, Gordon." He looked at the shuttle. "Huh," he said. "That's actually smaller than it felt." Kelly stared at him for a moment. Then she put her hand briefly on his arm, quick, professional, carrying everything it needed to carry in the brevity of the gesture, and said, "Good flying." "I had a good wing," Gordon said. Down the ramp, Starbuck was climbing out of his Viper in the adjacent base space, pulling his helmet off and running his hand through his hair with the loose, habitual motion of a pilot returning from a run that had gone the way it was supposed to go. He and Gordon looked at each other across the bay. No words. No gesture. Just the specific, mutual acknowledgement of two people who had been through something together and knew they didn't need to explain it to each other. Starbuck nodded. Gordon nodded back. That was enough. On the Enterprise's bridge, in the quiet that followed the engagement's conclusion, Picard stood at the viewport in his ready room and looked at the disabled Borg cube sitting dark at the edge of sensor range, and at the two disabled Cylon Basestars floating beyond it, and at the quantum membrane breach pulsing with its steady amber light, 57 hours remaining now, the number ticking down with the patient indifference of physics. Data knocked on the ready room door and entered with the particular quality of presence that indicated he had something significant to report. "Captain," he said. "Isaac has completed an analysis of the quantum membrane breach's current structural status." Picard turned from the viewport. "He has identified," Data said carefully, "a theoretical possibility of extending the breach beyond its natural closure point. And of using the extended breach as a transit corridor to return the Orville and the Galactica to their respective realities." Picard was very still. "He believes it is possible," Data continued. "He also believes it carries a 17% probability of catastrophic failure." He met Picard's gaze. "He has not told Captain Mercer or Commander Adama yet." He came to me first. A pause. I believe he did so because he wanted my assessment of how to present information of this kind to organic commanding officers, information that offers hope alongside significant risk. Picard looked at him for a long moment. What did you tell him? I told him, Data said, that the correct approach was complete honesty. That commanding officers capable of making a decision of this magnitude deserve the full truth, including the 17%, presented clearly and without mitigation. He paused. I also told him that the decision was not his to make, or mine. That it belonged to Mercer and Adama. Picard nodded slowly. One more thing, Captain, Data said. Isaac's analysis identified something in the breach's structural decay pattern that he believes is not natural. He paused. The decay is following a rate that is precisely, mathematically consistent with an external influence, an influence that has been subtly slowing the breach's natural closure since shortly after our arrival here. Picard stared at him. Someone, Data said, has been keeping the breach open. The ready room was very quiet. Picard looked at the stars beyond the viewport. At the amber pulse of the breach. At the particular quality of the silence that had followed Q's departure earlier, that silence that felt slightly larger than the room it occupied, that had the quality of a presence rather than an absence. He thought about 3 answers to the same question. Survival. Aspiration. Worthiness. He thought about the particular theatrical pleasure of an entity that arranged things and then watched to see what happened. He closed his eyes for one moment. Then he opened them. Assemble everyone in the observation lounge, he said. All senior officers from all 3 ships. He paused. It's time to talk about going home. The observation lounge had become, over the course of 4 days, something that none of its regular occupants would have been able to fully articulate but that all of them felt, a space that had accumulated meaning the way spaces do when significant things happen in them repeatedly, when the people who gather there are doing so under genuine pressure and genuine trust, and the combination of those 2 things leaves a residue that isn't physical but is nonetheless real. Picard stood at the head of the table and looked at the faces assembled around it and felt, with a clarity that was almost painful, the specific weight of what was about to be decided. Mercer and Kelly sat to his right. Adama and Apollo to his left. Data at the far end, with Isaac beside him, the 2 artificial intelligences whose 4 days of collaboration had produced something that neither of their respective creators could have fully anticipated. Riker, Troy, Worf, LaForge. Ty, Starbuck, Cassiopeia. Gordon, Tala, Dr. Finn. Martok had declined the invitation. He had sent Worf a message instead, brief, in Klingon, which Worf had translated for Picard with the slightly careful quality he used when translating Klingon communications that had emotional content he was choosing to render accurately rather than diplomatically. The message said, "This decision belongs to the people who must live with it. I have no home to return to in this room. Tell them what honor requires and let them choose freely. I will be in my quarters if the Borg cube wakes up." Picard had read it twice and found it, in its way, the most useful thing Martok had said in 4 days. He told them everything. Isaac's analysis of the breach extension possibility. The energy requirements. The transit methodology. The 17% failure probability. He told them about the evidence that the breach's decay had been externally slowed, presented it clearly, with data supporting analysis, without speculating aloud about the source, because speculation wasn't what this conversation needed. He told them all of it and then he stopped talking and let the silence do what silence did. Mercer spoke first. 17%, he said. He said it the way people say a number when they're trying to determine whether it's the kind of number that should stop them or the kind of number that shouldn't. That's roughly 1 in 6. Correct, Isaac said. And if the transit fails? The most probable failure mode is quantum decoherence during transit, Isaac said. The vessel and its crew would not emerge at the intended coordinates. The range of alternative outcomes includes arrival in an unknown quantum reality, arrival in the correct reality at a significantly displaced temporal coordinate, or, he paused with the precision of a being who understood the weight of what came next and delivered it without softening, because softening would have been disrespectful to the people who needed the information. Complete structural dissolution of the vessel at the quantum level. The room absorbed this. 1 in 6, Gordon said, quietly. He was looking at his hands on the table. Those are actually better odds than the disruptor run was going to be before Starbuck and I. He stopped. Sorry. That's probably not helpful. No, it is, Kelly said. She was looking at Mercer. It's the right framework. We've operated in 1 in 6 territory before. The question is whether this is worth it. The question, Adama said, from across the table, is what we're going home to. Everyone looked at him. He didn't look up from the table immediately. He looked at his hands, the hands of a man who had spent his life making decisions that other people had to live with, and when he raised his eyes they had the quality they always had, which was that they had already been somewhere difficult and had come back and were now here, fully, without remainder. I have 50,000 people in that fleet, he said. They have been running for the better part of a year. They are tired. They have lost homes, families, worlds. They have survived things that should have destroyed them, and they have kept going because I told them there was something to keep going toward. He looked at Picard. Earth. The 13th colony. A home they've never seen but that their scriptures say exists. He paused. If I take them back through that breach, I take them back to a universe where 2 Cylon Basestars are waiting. Damaged, yes. Contained, yes. But waiting. And behind those 2 Basestars, when they repair and when they communicate our location to the rest of the Cylon fleet, there will be more. He looked at his hands again. That is what we're going home to. And if you stay here? Riker asked. Carefully, not challenging, asking the question that needed to be asked. If we stay here, Adama said, we are 50,000 refugees in a universe that is not ours, dependent on the goodwill of a federation that has been generous but cannot be responsible for us indefinitely, in ships that are running out of supplies and parts, and the particular kind of hope that keeps people going when the hope is for something specific. He paused. The hope of the fleet is Earth. Not this Earth. Their Earth. The one in their scriptures, in their reality. He looked up. I cannot give them a different Earth and call it the same thing. The room was quiet. Mercer was looking at the table. Kelly was watching Mercer. Ed, she said quietly. He looked up at her. The look between them was the compressed, private communication of 2 people who had been through enough together to have developed a language that didn't require words, but this one did, because the decision was his and he needed to speak it. The Orville, he said slowly, is a Planetary Union vessel. We have orders, a crew, a mission, a reality we belong to. He looked at Picard. I'm not going to pretend that this. He gestured at the room, at the ship around them, at 4 days of extraordinary experience compressed into a gesture. I'm not going to pretend this isn't the most remarkable thing that has ever happened to me personally or probably to anyone I've ever met. He paused. But my crew didn't sign up for a permanent transfer to a different universe. They signed up for the Orville. For the Union. For the lives they had on the other side of that breach. He looked at Isaac. Including Isaac, who has things to return to. Isaac, who had been still throughout the conversation with the specific quality of stillness that meant he was listening with every processing resource available to him, said, I have considered this question independently. My conclusion aligns with the captain's. The Orville's crew and mission belong in our reality. A pause, fractionally longer than his standard processing pause. I also have, as Captain Mercer notes, reasons of my own. He did not elaborate, but the room understood that the reasons of his own involved a species and a history and an ongoing process of repair that couldn't happen from the wrong universe. So we go through, Mercer said. 17% in all. We go through, Kelly confirmed. Picard nodded. He looked at Adama. The old commander was quiet for a long moment. He looked at Apollo beside him. His son, who looked back at him with the particular expression of a man who had already reached the same conclusion his father was reaching and was waiting to hear it spoken aloud. We go through, Adama said. 50,000 people have been waiting long enough. The practical preparation took 11 hours. 11 hours during which the Enterprise's engineering and medical teams worked alongside the Galactica's crew with the focused, collaborative intensity that had characterized every operational moment of the past 4 days. LaForge and his team worked with the Galactica's damage control crews to reinforce the structural systems most vulnerable to quantum transit stress. The civilian fleet's most damaged vessels received targeted repairs using Federation technology that would have taken weeks under normal circumstances but were accomplished in hours because LaForge operated with the particular creative efficiency of a man who had learned to solve problems with available resources rather than ideal ones. Dr. Crusher and Dr. Cottle worked through the night, both of their nights, without pause. Transferring medical supplies, establishing treatment protocols for potential transit-related physiological stress, and briefing the fleet's medical personnel on emergency procedures for the quantum variance effects that Isaac's models predicted as the most likely biological consequence of the transit. Data and Isaac spent 6 hours designing and calibrating the energy pulse that would extend the breach and stabilize it for transit. A process that required the combined output of the Enterprise, the Orville, and the Rotaran precisely coordinated and applied at a specific geometric node of the breach's structure, and that had to be executed with a timing tolerance of plus or minus 0.4 seconds across 3 vessels whose chronometric systems had never been synchronized before. Worf synchronized them. It took him 3 hours and 40 minutes and 2 conversations with Martok that Picard elected not to monitor. In the civilian fleet, Adama did what Adama did, he talked to his people. Not through the fleet-wide channel this time, but personally, ship by ship, commander to commander, using the compact shuttle that Apollo flew with the practiced ease of a man who had been doing this since childhood. He sat in the command spaces of freighters and transports and refinery ships and told their captains what was happening and what the odds were and what the plan was, and he answered their questions directly and without false comfort, and he watched their faces move through fear and calculation and the specific, complicated courage of people choosing to accept a risk because the alternative was no longer acceptable. In the last ship he visited, a passenger liner called the Astral Queen, whose captain was a small, sharp-eyed woman named Palamas who had been running refugees between colonial worlds for 30 years before the worlds ended and had been running them in the dark ever since. He sat across a fold-down table in a cramped cabin and drank the worst coffee he had tasted since the first weeks of the flight from the colonies and felt, for a moment, the particular combination of exhaustion and gratitude that was the texture of his life. "You trust this?" Palamas asked him. "The Federation plan. This transit. I trust the people behind it," Adama said. "That's not the same as trusting the plan." "No," he said. "It's not." He looked at his coffee. "I've never trusted plans. Plans are what you do until reality contradicts them. What you can trust is the quality of the people executing them." He looked up at her. "I've seen these people work for 4 days. I've watched them face things that should have been impossible and find a way through. Not because the plan was perfect." He paused. "Because they were." Palamas was quiet for a moment. 17%, she said. 17%, he confirmed. She looked at him steadily. "And the other 83? "Home," he said. She nodded once. "Then let's go home." The departure was set for 0600 hours. At 0545, Picard found Mercer standing alone at the observation lounge viewport, looking at the stars with the expression of someone trying to memorize something they know they won't see again. The room was empty except for the two of them. Everyone else was at their stations or their preparations, and Picard had come here for the same reason Mercer had, which was the specific human need for a moment of stillness before the irreversible thing. I keep thinking about what Q said, Mercer said, without turning. The three answers. Survival, aspiration, worthiness. He was quiet for a moment. I think I've been so worried about being worthy of the aspiration that I forgot the aspiration itself was enough. That trying, genuinely trying, was already the answer. Picard moved to stand beside him at the viewport. Outside, the stars of the Veridian Expanse were the same stars they had always been, indifferent to everything that had happened here, which was one of the things Picard had always found both humbling and strangely comforting about stars. I have been commanding starships for 30 years, Picard said, and I still have days when I wonder whether I am adequate to what the position requires. He looked at Mercer sideways. I have found that the wondering is not a sign of inadequacy. It is a sign of understanding the weight of it. Mercer was quiet for a moment. You're a remarkable man, he said. I hope you know that. I know it the same way you know it about yourself, Picard said. Imperfectly. On the good days. He paused. Captain Mercer, Ed, what you have done here, with your crew, in 4 days of conditions that would have broken lesser people. I want you to know that the Federation would be fortunate to count the Planetary Union among its allies. Mercer turned to look at him. There was something in his face that was not quite moved but was in the territory adjacent to it, the expression of a man receiving something he had been working toward without knowing he was working toward it. Different universes, he said. Different universes, Picard confirmed. It seems a shame. They stood at the viewport for another minute in the specific, unhurried quiet of two people who had run out of time and were choosing to spend the last of it in stillness rather than motion, because some moments deserved to be inhabited fully rather than occupied efficiently. Then Mercer straightened. I should get back. Yes, Picard said. They walked to the door together. At the threshold, Mercer stopped. Captain Picard, he said. Jean-Luc. He held out his hand. Picard took it. The handshake was firm and brief and contained everything it needed to contain, which was considerable. Live long and prosper, Picard said. Mercer smiled, the real one, the unguarded one. You too, he said. Whatever the Federation equivalent is. That is the Federation equivalent, Picard said. The transit began at 0601:14, running 1 minute and 14 seconds behind schedule because one of the civilian fleet's vessels, a small agricultural freighter called the Pecan Star, had developed a secondary power failure in her stabilization systems at 0558 and LaForge had personally transported over and fixed it in 11 minutes with a combination of Federation technology and what Pecan Star's chief engineer later described as the most creative application of EPS relay rerouting she had ever witnessed. The Enterprise, the Orville, and the Rotaran took their positions at the 3 geometric nodes of the quantum membrane breach. The precise equilateral triangle that Isaac and Data's calculations had specified, each vessel at exactly the correct distance and bearing to apply their energy pulse at the required angle and magnitude. The civilian fleet arranged itself in transit order behind the breach's mouth. 217 vessels in a column that stretched 40,000 kilometers through space, the smallest ships at the front and the largest at the back, the Galactica herself last of all, because Adama had decided without discussion or announcement that he would be the last one through and no one had questioned it because it was so completely him that questioning it would have been a failure of understanding. The Orville took the first position in the transit queue, behind the civilian fleet's last vessel and ahead of the Galactica. On the Enterprise's bridge, Picard stood at the center and watched the breach on the view screen, that amber wound in the membrane of space, pulsing with the slower, more measured rhythm of something being held open rather than falling closed, and felt the weight of the next few minutes as a physical presence. All vessels report ready, Worf said. Data, Picard said. The pulse. On your mark, Captain. Picard looked at the breach. Looked at the column of 217 vessels behind it, their running lights making a constellation of human presence in the dark. Looked at the Galactica at the far end of the column, that massive, battered, beautiful ship that had become, in 4 days, as familiar to him as any vessel he had known. He thought about 50,000 people. He thought about what it meant to want to go home. "Mark," he said. The 3 vessels fired their synchronized pulse simultaneously. A precise, calibrated burst of combined energy that hit the quantum membrane breach at its 3 structural nodes at exactly the same instant and produced not an explosion but an expansion, a deepening, the breach widening and stabilizing with the smooth, controlled precision of a door being opened rather than forced, its decay pattern arresting and reversing as the injected energy reinforced the membrane structure at every point of stress. The breach held. The instruments showed it clearly. Breach stability at 94% and climbing, its quantum variance dropping toward the transit threshold, its dimensional coordinates resolving to the precise alignment that Isaac's calculations required for clean transit. Breach stable, data said. Transit window open. Duration, approximately 4 hours. 4 hours. Sufficient for the entire fleet, with margin. Signal the fleet, Picard said. Transit authorized. Begin. The first civilian vessel went through at 0604:22, a small transport called the Gemini Rising, whose captain sent a single brief transmission before crossing the threshold that said only, "Thank you. We won't forget." Then the second. The third. The column moved with the steady, purposeful rhythm of a people returning to themselves. Not quickly, because the breach required careful spacing between transits to prevent quantum interference between adjacent vessels, but with an inexorable, cumulative momentum that was its own kind of beauty to watch. On the Galactica's bridge, Adama stood at his position and watched his fleet go through one vessel at a time and allowed himself, carefully and briefly, the thing he almost never allowed himself in command. He allowed himself to feel it. The grief of the past year. All those people, all those worlds, was present. It was always present. But underneath it, and around it, and gradually larger than it, was something else. The specific, fierce, wordless thing that happened when you had protected people who needed protection and the protection had worked and they were going to be all right. Ty appeared at his shoulder. 54th vessel through, he said quietly. No anomalies. Transit variance well within parameters. Good, Adama said. A silence. Picard's people, Ty said. Not quite a question. Yes, Adama said. Another silence. Never thought I'd say this, Ty said. But I'm going to miss a Federation starship. Adama said nothing, because nothing was the right response and Ty knew it was the right response and that was why he'd said what he'd said when he said it, to have it said, not to have it answered. The column moved. The Orville went through at 0741:18, 133rd in the transit order. Mercer stood at the center of his bridge and watched the breach approach on the viewscreen and felt everything he expected to feel and some things he hadn't, and managed all of it with the imperfect, genuine, characteristically human quality that was, he was beginning to understand, the specific thing that made him who he was. All hands, he said, this is the captain. We're going home. I want to say, and I know this is going to go in the official log so I'm going to try to say it properly, I want to say that what we have been part of for the last 4 days is something that I don't think any of us will ever fully be able to explain to the people who weren't here. But I want you to know that I am proud of every single person on this ship. Not for the fighting or the flying or the technical work, though all of that was extraordinary. For the other thing. For being genuinely, completely, unmistakably yourselves in conditions that could have made people worse and didn't make us worse. He paused. Okay. That's it. Gordon, take us through. Gordon Malloy, who was sitting at the helm with the particular contained energy of a man who had been through quite a lot and was very ready to be home, looked over his shoulder at Mercer with an expression that was simple and genuine and didn't need any supplementary content. With pleasure, Ed, he said. The Orville crossed the threshold at 0741:22. On the Enterprise, they tracked the transit of every vessel with the focused attention of people who had invested too much in this outcome to treat any part of it as routine. Data called the count at regular intervals, not every vessel, but at significant thresholds, because the numbers mattered and the people behind the numbers mattered, and the right way to honor that was to keep counting. 150 vessels. Transit variance stable. 180. No anomalies. 200. The breach holding at 91% stability, beginning to show the early signs of the decay resuming that Isaac had predicted at the 3-hour mark. Breach stability declining, Isaac reported from the science station, where he had remained for the entire transit operation, running his continuous monitoring with the total, undivided attention that was the most valuable thing a Kaelin could give. Still within safe parameters. Estimated window remaining, 47 minutes. The remaining vessels? Picard asked. 16 vessels plus the Galactica, Worf said. 47 minutes for 17 vessels. Sufficient. Picard stood at the center of his bridge and watched and counted and breathed. At 0819:44, the 217th civilian vessel, the Astral Queen, Captain Palama's commanding, crossed the threshold of the quantum membrane breach and disappeared into the light of transit with the clean, complete finality of a thing that had finished. The breach remained open. The Galactica hung at its threshold. That massive, storied, battered warship, her hull marked with the accumulated evidence of everything she had survived, her light steady in the dark of the Veridian Expanse. Adama's voice came over the open channel. It was the same voice it always was, level, measured, carrying its weight without showing it. Captain Picard, he said. Commander Adama, Picard said. A pause. Not the pause of uncertainty or incompletion, but the pause of a man choosing his words with the care they deserved. In my experience, Adama said, the universe rarely gives you the allies you need exactly when you need them. When it does, you remember it. Another pause. I'll remember this. Picard stood very straight. As will we, he said. All of us. Tell your counselor, Adama stopped. Tell Troy that the conversation mattered. Troy, standing at her station, pressed her lips together briefly and said nothing, which was sometimes the most eloquent available response. One more thing, Adama said, and in his voice now there was the briefest, most carefully controlled quality of something that in a less disciplined man might have been warmth. That android of yours. Data. Sir, Data said, from his station. You told me, in the landing bay, on the first day, you told me you weren't a Cylon. A pause. I've been around enough beings to know what a person is and what a machine is. You are a person, Commander Data. I wanted to say that plainly before I left. Data was still for exactly 2.1 seconds, which for him was a very long time. Thank you, Commander, he said. His voice carried something that his standard vocal parameters weren't designed to convey, but that was present anyway, in the slight change in timbre that the people who knew him had learned to recognize. That is, a significant thing to say. It was a significant thing to observe, Adama said. Safe travels, Enterprise. Safe travels, Galactica, Picard said. And good luck finding Earth. A brief pause. We'll find it, Adama said. The absolute certainty of a man who had decided. The Galactica's engines flared to full power and she crossed the threshold of the quantum membrane breach at 0821:07 and was gone, that great ship swallowed by the light of transit, carrying her commander and his crew and everything that remained of 12 worlds back through the membrane of space toward the universe that was theirs. The breach pulsed once, a single, bright expansion, the structural consequence of the Galactica's mass moving through it, and then began to close. It closed the way natural things closed, not with drama, not with the violent implosion of a forced rupture, but with the quiet, gradual inevitability of a wound healing. The amber light dimmed. The quantum membrane variance readings fell. The dimensional coordinates dissolved back into the background noise of ordinary space. At 0824:33, the quantum membrane breach closed completely. The Veridian Expanse was ordinary again. Stars. Dust. The background hum of a universe that had returned to its usual configuration, carrying no visible evidence of what had happened here except the debris field from the engagement, the drifting remnants of Cylon raiders and the inert mass of a disabled Borg cube and the fading traces of 3 weapon systems whose fire had changed everything, and the people who had been here and remembered. On the Enterprise's bridge, nobody spoke for a moment. Ensign Thalera at the con was looking at her console with the careful attention of someone who was using her instruments to avoid displaying an expression. Lieutenant Worf was standing at tactical with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes on the space where the breach had been. Riker was sitting in the command chair with an expression that was as close to the outside of his feelings as Will Riker ever got in a professional setting. Troi was simply present, her eyes soft with the particular quality they had when she was fully feeling the room and not managing any of it away. Data sat at his station and looked at the empty space where the breach had been, and thought about a man in a landing bay who had looked at him and said, "You are a person," with the flat, empirical certainty of someone stating a fact they had verified through direct observation, and filed it in the place where he kept the things that mattered. Picard stood at the center of his bridge. He looked at the stars. He thought about 3 commanding officers and 3 crews from 3 realities, and about what they had made together in 4 days with insufficient resources and impossible odds and the specific, irreplaceable ingredient of genuine character. He thought about Q's question. "What are you?" He thought he knew the answer better now than he had 4 days ago. Not because anything had been proved or demonstrated or resolved, but because he had seen it, clearly, in the people around that table and in the people on those ships and in the 50,000 civilians who had held their positions in the dark because their commander asked them to and because they trusted him and because trust, maintained under pressure, was its own form of answer. "What are you?" "This," Picard thought. "This is what we are." "Mr. Data," he said. "Log entry. Stardate 44308.1. He looked at the stars, the ordinary, extraordinary, endlessly various stars of a universe he had spent his life exploring and would spend the rest of his life not finishing. The events of the past 4 days have demonstrated, as certain events do, that the principles on which the Federation was founded are not merely aspirational. They are operational. They function under pressure. They hold when tested by beings from other realities who have every reason not to trust them and choose to anyway. He paused. "I am recommending that Starfleet research investigate the quantum membrane phenomenon and its implications for inter-reality contact. I am also recommending that the Borg cube be placed under a joint Federation Klingon containment protocol and studied with the specific intention of developing more effective countermeasures against Borg transwarp construction technology." Another pause. Addendum, personal. I have spent 30 years of command asking whether the Federation is worthy of what it claims to be. After the past 4 days, I believe the question is less important than I thought. The asking is what matters. The constant, honest, uncomfortable asking. He looked at the star field. End log. He tugged his uniform jacket. "Helm," he said. "Resume course for the Stellar Cartography Survey. Best speed." Ensign Thalera at the con, who had been on the bridge for every one of the past 4 days and whose hands had been steadier than they had any right to be throughout, looked over her shoulder at her captain with an expression that was, briefly, completely unguarded. "Aye, Captain," she said. "With pleasure." The USS Enterprise-D moved forward into the stars, leaving the Veridian Expanse behind her, the debris field, the dormant cube, the closed breach, the space where extraordinary things had happened, and resumed her mission with the quiet, purposeful momentum of a ship that had always known what it was for. They were 3 ships from 3 realities, brought together by forces beyond their control, kept together by choices entirely their own. The Galactica found her way forward, as she always had, as Adama had always known she would, because 50,000 people had not survived the end of their world simply to stop surviving. The universe that had taken everything from them had not yet taken their destination, and Adama had promised them Earth with the absolute, load-bearing certainty of a man who understood that some promises were not predictions but intentions, and that intentions, maintained with sufficient will, had a way of becoming facts. The Orville returned to her own reality and her own mission with something she had not carried before. Not just the sensor data and the tactical intelligence and the technical analyses that would occupy the Union's scientific community for years, but something less quantifiable. The knowledge, earned in 4 days of impossible circumstances, that imperfect people doing their genuine best were not a compromise on the ideal. They were the ideal, properly understood. And the Enterprise continued. She always continued. That was the thing about her, and the thing about the people who served on her, and the thing about the civilization they represented. Not perfection, the Federation had never been perfect and Picard had never claimed it was. But the continuing. The constant, honest, forward motion toward what was better, with the full knowledge of what was worse and the full acknowledgement of what was fallen short of and the complete refusal to let either of those facts become reasons to stop. Q, watching from whatever vantage point omnipotent beings watch from, had his answer. Not the full answer, he suspected the full answer was still being written, as it always was, as it always would be, but enough. Enough to justify the arrangement. Enough to constitute, in whatever passed for his experience, something worth the effort of orchestration. 3 answers. Survival. Aspiration. Worthiness. None complete without the others. All of them, together, something extraordinary.